Welcome to the Mastery in Full Stack App Development course. In this course, we will be building a full stack wallpaper application complete with an admin panel. But before we begin, let's take a look at the app. So let's see the app feature. So you can see that on the home screen we are able to see some wallpaper images, and once we scroll down we will make more API calls. So here we are implemented the pagination. Once the user scroll down, once the user come up on the bottom, so at that point of time we are making API call and that will bring the data. Okay, so we will learn how to make pagination. Okay, so let's suppose if I click on like, so it will like that image and we can dismiss that, and if we click on download, so it will start downloading the image. Okay, now you can see that it's in the image is get downloaded, and when we click on this we can again like the image, we can download that all this thing, and we can share the image as well. So if I click on share, so it will open that functionality, and we can share on WhatsApp or whatever place. And if I click on WhatsApp, and let's suppose if I want to share myself, okay, so you can see that this image is here, and now we can able to share this image as well. Okay, so let me close that WhatsApp. Okay, now going back, and we have also implemented the ad mob as well, so we will learn how to implement the ad as well. We have a category screen where you can see all the different categories, and when we click on any category, like let's suppose beach, so it will just make API call and return the beach wallpapers. So we'll also learn that how to implement that. Now when we click on any image, so it will again open the show wallpaper screen, and whenever user will click go back, so it will show the ad. Okay, and we have a search functionality as well. Here the search functionality with along with the debouncing. Let's suppose if I search for the cherry blossom, say cherry okay, so you can see that it's bringing all the image related to cherry. Okay, so this is the thing which I also implemented the debouncing here, so we will learn like what is debouncing and what is the importance of it as well. Okay, we had also implemented this like screen. So yeah, so this is the front end side. We have also created the back end side. If I show you guys, so once you open the admin panel, this is how the whole wallpapers screen look like this. You will make scroll down, we will see more images on the bottom. Okay, and you can see that okay, so we are scrolling down, we are making API calls. Now let's suppose if I want to add any another wallpaper, so you have to just click on add wallpaper, and you have to just upload the image, and you have to write the title, and you have to choose the category. Okay, if you want to add if that category doesn't exist, so you can create another category, and you can choose the file and choose the image as well, and you have to just click on create category, so it will create a category, and after that you will able to see that all the images. Okay, after that we will also publish this app on the Play Store, as I have already published this app on the Play Store. You guys can install this. I will provide this link in the description box. Okay, and you can see that this is our dashboard. After that we will also learn how to deploy this how to publish this app on the Play Store. Okay, and we have also on the backend panel as well, like the backend as well. We will also learn how to create the backend. As you can see that we had created this Node and Express.js server. So after this completion, of course, you will be guys able to build any kind of products, any kind of projects or products. We will be using the React Native for our apps frontend, MongoDB for database, Node.js and Express.js for the backend. Plus, we will create an admin panel using Next.js. Throughout this course, we will not only learn how to build a fully functional app, but also gain a valuable skills in version control with Git, and also know how to deploy your frontend and the backend, and even publishing your app on the Play Store. But before we begin the tutorial, please like this video and let me know in the comment section from which country are you. So let's get it started. In this video, we are going to do project setup, and after that we will understand the folder structure, and after that we will create a repository on GitHub and push the code on GitHub. Okay, so first of all, what we have to do, we have to type React Native on the browser. Okay, now after that click on this first links, and after that you have to click on get started. After that, if you scroll down this page, there is one command called npx create React Native, something like that. Okay, so you have to just copy this command npx react native @latest init. So just copy this command to create React Native project or to create a new application. After that, you have to open a directory or whatever place you want to create a project. So I'm going to create my app inside this tutorial directory, inside this wallpaper app, wallpaper something. So I have to open this, and after that I'm going to open the terminal like this. Okay, Just by clicking on the right side, you can open your terminal. Another way could be just click on this file explorer and just type cmd to open a terminal. Okay, now I'm going to open the terminal like this. After that, you have to just paste this command, and at the place of awesome project, you have to write your project name. So my project name is called wall hub. Okay, so after that, it will install the some dependency and some module for the React Native, and it's gonna took some mile, like it could be 2 minutes, 3 minutes up to the internet. So let's wait for some minutes. Now as you can see that we had downloaded the template, and after that it has installed all the dependency, and it has initialized our git repository. After that, to open this project in our git in our VS code, what we have to do, we have to type and just press the tab. So it will suggest a folder. So I got the suggestion of folder wall hub, and after that we have to just hit enter, and after that we have to type code and space dot, and after that we have to hit enter to open it on the VS Code. Now as you can see that it opened the app on the VS Code. Another way could be just to open the app in the VS Code. Just open your app, just open your VS Code and just drag and drop the project whatever you want to open it. Okay, so I've already opened this project. After that, to run this app to open this app, what we have to do, we have to run a command called npm start. Okay, so let me make it much more bigger. Npm start. So it will start the emulator. So for the first time it's gonna took some time, and after that you can see that it's so welcome to the metro. To run this project in a Android emulator, we have to type press a. So what is gonna do, basically it will install the basically it will no it will install the application in Android emulator. So as you can see that our emulator is started now. Okay, so it's gonna basically install the app, and let's wait for some second. Now as you can see that our app is running inside the emulator. Okay, and it's up to, like it's totally up to your PC, like how much, like it could be took 5 minutes to install the app in the first time, or 2 minutes, that up to your PC configuration. After that, once the app installed, let's you can see that this is the root file, and we are seeing all the things from this here. Like if you change anything from here, so it's gonna reflect it here. So what we gonna do, like this is using TypeScript, so we are going to use JavaScript instead of TypeScript. So what we have to do, we have to replace with tsx with the jsx. Okay, so after that I replace with the jsx, and I'm gonna remove this whole code. So I just control a and delete the whole code. After that, I'm using one extension called ES7 snippet, React ES7 snippet. What it's gonna do, basically this is the extension which I'm using, ES7 React Redux GraphQL. Make sure you also install this extension. Okay, now how is this extension gonna help me? If I just type r and fes and press enter, so as you can see that it create a one component for me quickly. Okay, so that's why we are supposed to use this extension. Now after that, you can see that this is the root app.jsx, and if we're gonna do some changes, and it's gonna show the changes as well there. Okay, and we have a package.json file where we having all the dependency. Currently in the dependency we have a React and the React Native and some dev dependency. Now after the project setup, what we're gonna do, we are going to create a repository on the GitHub and push this code on the GitHub. So first of all, let's open the GitHub. So I'm gonna just open the GitHub. Okay, now after that, let's create a repository. Click on new. Okay, now the owner gonna be 0° coder, and the repository name will be wall hub. Okay, and it's gonna be private for me, and I just create a repository. Okay, now after that, once you create a repository, you have to copy this command git remote add origin. Okay, now whenever we create a new React Native project, already git is initialized, so you have to just copy this command and just paste that command which you had copied, and after that we have to type git add. Okay, git commit. Okay, and the some message project initialize, and we have to type git push. Okay, now once you type git push, you have to copy this command again. Okay, to push on the main branch. So as you can see that our code is get pushed on the GitHub, and if I reload this, Now I can see the code here. Perfect. Now, so in this video, what we had learned how to create project setup, and we understand the folder structure and how to push the code on a how to create repository on GitHub and push the code. In the next video, we are going to do React Native vector icon setup. Thank you. In this video, we are going to learn that how to set up React Native vectors icons. Okay, so as you can see that we have multiple icons and we have to use in our project. So how we can set up this all? So to set up this React Native vectors icons, what we have to type? We have to type React Native vectors vector icon npm. Okay, now after that you have to open this page. Okay, now once you open this page, there is one command called npm I react native vectors icons. Just copy this command. Okay, open your terminal and let me stop the emulator. Okay, and have to just paste this command npm I react native vectors icon, and it will install this react native vectors icons package. After that, there is some configuration which we have to do. The first configuration which we have to do is that we have to go inside the Android app build.gradle file, and we have to just copy this code and we have to add it there. Okay, so let's go inside the Android app build.gradle and we have to just paste this code. Okay, now after that, as you can see that we are inside the Android app build.gradle and we have just paste this code which is there mentioned here. Okay, now after that, what we have to do, we have to again go inside the Android app build.gradle, and inside the dependency block we have to add this implementation code as well. So I just copy this code. Okay, again I'm inside the Android app build.gradle, and if I scroll down this page or code, so there is one block called dependency. So let's see where is the dependency block. So I scroll down. Now as you can see that we have a dependency block. Inside this, I have to just paste this implementation code. Okay, so let's paste the code. So here we have to paste the code. Okay, and we are done with the setup of React Native vectors icon, and after that we have to type npm start to run the server again. Now as you can see that our app again started running on the emulator. Now let's see how we can use the React Native vectors icons. To use the React Native vectors icon, what we have to do, first of all, we have to search React Native vector icons directory. Okay, here if I open this React Native vectors icon directory, this is the page. So as you can see that on this page we have a different kind of icons. Let's suppose I want an icon called this icon Steve. I'm gonna use this icon, right icon. Okay, so how we can use this icon? Basically I have to use the end design icon. Okay, this is the end design right icon. Okay, now I have to use it. So how we can use it? Just we have to write here import and design whatever the icon name. So I have to just copy this and design, just paste that. After that we have to type from react native vector icons. Okay, as you can see that we have to type react native vectors icon slash and design. Okay, now after that what we have to do, let me remove this code. After that we have to do end design, and whatever the icon which I want to use, we have to type the name. So the name is, I'm gonna use the right icon, the name is right, so I have to use that. And after that as you can see that we are getting the right icon. So let me make the size much more bigger. So the size is gonna be 50 for now. Okay, now as you can see that we are able to see the right icon, and if I want to make a color as a black or red, we can make a color change as well. Okay, so this is how we had learned that how to set up React Native vectors icons. Let me thoroughly revise it what we had done. First of all, we had went to the React Native vectors icons npm page. We had copied this command and run on the emulator, run on the terminal, and install that package. After that, to set up the React Native vectors icons, we scroll down on this page and there is one command called apply from file, something like that. We just copy this code, we go inside the Android app build.gradle. Okay, we go inside the Android app build.gradle, we had paste that code on the line number 4 after the plugin code. Okay, after that we is again we go inside the Android app build.gradle, we had copied this code, implementation code, and we had paste inside the dependency block. Let me show you quickly. So as you can see that we have a dependency block. Okay, inside the dependency block we had pasted the React Native vectors icons after this Facebook. Okay, and to use the React Native vectors icons, we search React Native vectors icon directory. Here we have a different kind of icon. Let's suppose I want heart icon. Okay, so we get the heart icon and we have to just copy the name, like whatever the icon I want to use. Like let's suppose I want to use font awesome icon. Okay, so what we have to do, we have to do like this: import font awesome from React Native vector icons slash font awesome. Okay, and once you type the font awesome, now to use the any icon of the font awesome, just type font awesome. The first parameter, first the props, which is take the name. So I'm gonna name as a this name called heart. This is the fillet heart. Okay, now after that we can define a size, like whatever the size I want. Let's suppose I want 75 now, so I can just type the size, and the color which I want, it's called red. Okay, and now we are good to the, as you can see that the color gets changed, and this is how we can use React Native vectors icon. Okay, now why we have installed the React Native vectors icon, because in the next video we are going to set up the bottom tap navigation, and we're gonna use the React Native vectors icon in our project. Okay, so in the next video we are going to see that how to set up React Native navigation and bottom tab navigation. So see you guys in the next video. Thank you. In this video we are going to learn that how to set up React Native navigation, and we also learn that how to set up the bottom tab navigation. Okay, so as you can see that on the Figma we have a bottom tab navigation. Let me open the Figma quickly. Now we will also provide this Notion link on the description box, so you can also check it out. So now in the Figma you can see that we have a bottom tab navigation looking like this. Okay, where we have a home icon, category icon, search, and the heart icon. Okay, so first of all, let's to implement the bottom tab navigation, we have to install the React Native navigation. Okay, so what we have to do, just type React Native navigation. Okay, so it will open this page. You have to click on that. Okay, now after that click on read docs. Okay, once you click on read docs, you will get to this page. There's one command called npm install React Navigation Native. Copy this command, open your terminal. So let me open my terminal. Let me close this folder. So now I'm going to stop my emulator and just paste that command React Navigation Native. So it will install that package. So let's wait for some seconds. Now after once the package get installed, go to the browser, and again you can see that there's another package. If you're using Expo, there's one more thing. If you're using Expo, then you have to install this package, but we are using React Native CLI, so we have to just copy this command, like we have already installed this package React Navigation Native. After that we have to install React Native screens and React Native safe area context. So copy this command, again paste that and hit enter. Okay, so let's get in. After the installation, what we have to do, we have to we have to wrap the do it like this, like we have to use the navigation container. So let's copy this command. Okay, and I'm gonna remove this whole code and just do navigation container. Now inside the navigation, here we have to use whatever the navigation, like if you want to use bottom tab navigation, we have to set up that all. Okay, now let's see how we can implement the bottom tab navigation. To implement the bottom tab navigation, you have to click on guides, and there's called tab navigation. Click on that. Okay, now to install the bottom tab navigation, copy this command, again paste on the terminal and hit enter. So it will install the bottom tab navigation. Now if you scroll down, so as you can see that is example given for the bottom tab navigation, and this is how the bottom tab navigation gonna be look like. Okay, now let's do that, how we can quickly do it. So I'm gonna again start my server, and by typing the npm start. Okay, and we have to type A to run on Android. So let's type A. Okay, and again I'm going to remove whole code quickly. Okay, and I'm gonna write the code whole quickly for you guys, and this is the code reference which you can check it out. Okay, now I'm just gonna type RNFE, so it will create a React Native React Native export default component. Okay, and after that, instead of having a view, we're gonna have a wrap the component with the navigation container. Okay, and we have to import it from the React navigation native. After that, in the example, if you see that we have to use tab navigator. So first of all, what we have to do, we have to do like this: const tab is equal to create bottom tab navigator. Okay, and we have to do like this. Okay, now after that, we have to use tab dot navigator. Okay, so let's add tab dot navigator. Okay, inside this we're gonna have to define tab dot screen, whatever screen we're gonna have, tab dot screen, and it's gonna take two parameters. The first parameter is called name, so the name will be gonna be name or home screen, and the component, the second parameter is called component. So let me create a component quickly. So I'm gonna create one directory called source directory. Inside the source, I'm going to create another directory called screen. Okay, inside this screen, I'm gonna create one component screen called home screen dot jsx. Okay, and I'm gonna type rnfes to quickly create a home screen component. Okay, now I'm going to again go into the root app.jsx and just import that home screen component. Okay, now after importing that, let me reload the app. If I reload the app, now you can, as you can see, that we are able to see a bottom tab navigation. Okay, now we have to add the icon as well, all the things. Okay, and this is how we had so we will also see that how to update the icon, but this is how we have to set up the bottom tab navigation. Let's understand the quickly once more, so you guys don't miss it again. First of all, you have to open the React navigation in the browser, click on read docs. Okay, you have to install this package React navigation native. After that, you have to install this package React native screen and React native safe area context. After that, you have to click on guides, click on tab navigation, copy this command React navigation bottom tab to install the bottom tab navigation. Copy this, and after that you can just copy this code and just paste on the root tab.js. But we can also create the code. So let's understand the code what we had done. In the root tab, we have just wrapped with the navigation container with all the children. Okay, and inside that, after that, we had initialize one variable called const tab, and the value is called create bottom tab navigator. Inside that, we have created one screen called home screen, and the component is called home screen. I'm gonna change the name as gonna be home screen. Okay, now to add an icon, what we have to do, let's suppose I want to add icon. So we have option called tab, or we have options parameter, and inside that what we have to do, tab bar icon, this property called tab bar icon. Okay, and we have to do like this. Okay, and we gonna get the some parameters that is called, okay, I think I forget it, so let me do something like this. So it's gonna be like this, I think so. So the first parameter which I'm gonna get is called color. So whatever the color is gonna be, and we're gonna get this focus and the size as well. Okay, now let's suppose I want to use home icon. So let's go to the React native vectors icon directory, React native vector icon directory. Okay, now just paste it here, and after that you have to just type home. Okay, and you get this home icon as well. So I'm going to use end design. Okay, so we have to again we have to import the end design as well. So I'm gonna name as icons and import end design from React native vector icons slash end design. Okay, after that inside here we have to return an icon as well. So first of all, we have to type end design. The name will gonna be home. So let's see, yeah, home. Let me copy this. Okay, And after that, copying that name, as you can see that we got some extra space. Let me remove it. After that, we're gonna define a size. The size gonna be a 25. Okay, now it becomes 25, and we're gonna define the color as well, whatever the color we're gonna define. So currently I'm gonna define the color, passing the color whatever the color is it. Okay, now we had defined a home screen component. Now after that, we're gonna have another uh, that is called category screen. So let me copy this again and paste it here. Now we're gonna change the name of home screen to the uh, collection screen. Basically it's not a collection screen. Okay, and we're gonna have another screen called that is called search screen. So let's again copy this code again. So basically we have to just copy this code, and we're gonna name as a search search screen, and the last icon which is called like icon. So like screen, we're gonna have a one like screen. Okay, so let's add that as well. Like screen. Okay, now we can see that we had created a five almost four bottom tab navigation, and we are just rendering the same component again and again. And now let's understand the code quickly. So what we had done, first of all, we had installed set up the bottom tab navigator. After that, we had created one screen called by using the tab.screen. We had passed the name, like whatever the name we have. Okay, and after that we had passed the component, whatever the component we have. And inside the options, like we want to add icon, so we have a options parameter, and inside that we have to pass the tab bar icon, and we are just returning a one icon. Okay, now after that, we had just copy and paste it again, and we had just changed the name. Okay, moving forward, we will create a screen, and we will update that screen as well. Now the next thing is that we have to add the icon, and we don't want to show this header title as well. So what we have to do, we have a inside the screen options, we have called tab bar label, tab bar label. Okay, tab bar shown label, and we have to make it false. Okay, so as you can see that now the tab bar label is get removed from the UI. Now let's update the icon as well. So as you can see that we have a home ice screen and different kind of ice screen. If you take a look at the Figma, so as you can see that we have a category icon, search icon, and the heart icon. So we have to update it all the icon. So let's go to the React native vector icon directory, and we have to open this, and I'm gonna type for this category screen. There's one icon called th large. So I'm gonna type it th large. My bad. Yeah, so I'm gonna use this th large from the font awesome 5. So let me copy this name, and we're gonna use it. So again I have to just copy and replace this, copy and paste that. At the place of InDesign, I'm gonna use this font awesome 5. Okay, so font awesome 5, font awesome 5. Okay, now for this collection screen, at the place of InDesign, I'm gonna use font awesome 5, and we're gonna replace with the th large. Now as you can see that now the icon get changed into the this large icon. Okay, now the next icon is called search icon. So let's type a search icon as well and update that as well, search. And I'm gonna use this undesign search one icon. Okay, so I'm already using undesign, and just replace with a search one. Now as you can see that the icon becomes search icon, and we have another icon called the heart icon or like icon. So I'm gonna type heart. Okay, heart icon, and I'm gonna use this undesign hearto icon. Okay, if you take a look, yeah, it's looking well. So I'm gonna use hearto icon of the undesign for this like screen. Okay, now as you can see that we have updated all the vectors icons. Now what I want that I don't want to show this header as well, like as you can see that on the top we are showing the headers. I don't want to show the headers. So how we can get rid of this? So we have property called headers shown as a false, and it will not show the header from any screen. Now as you can see that the header gets removed from the UI. Okay, now let me reload the app quickly. Okay, and if I close the app, let me close the app again and open the app quickly. And if I click on any component, so now as you can see that we are not able seeing the header shown, and if I uncomment this, we will able to see the comment header as well. Okay, currently we are passing just same component, like same component, that's why we are seeing a home screen in the all the screen. Okay, so this is how we create a bottom tab navigation and update the icon. So to update the icon, what we had done inside the options, we are having a tab bar icon property, and we had added this we are just returning on an icon component. Okay, in the next video what we're gonna do, we're gonna see that how to make it floating and, like, linear gradient background in React Native, and the floating bottom tab navigation. Okay, so what we had learned in this video, we have seen that how to set up the React Native navigation. We have see the bottom tab navigation setup. In the next video, we are going to the styling the bottom tab navigation. In this video, we are going to learn that how to style the bottom tab navigation and make the floating bottom tab navigation as mentioned on the Figma. So as you can see that in the Figma, we have a floating bottom tab navigation. We have to style this. Along with that, we have also this linear gradient background. So we will also learn that how to make the linear gradient background. To make the linear gradient background, we have to install the package called React Native Linear Gradient Background. So we have to just copy this command. Okay, after that we have to stop the server and just paste this command, and it will install the React Native Linear Gradient. Okay, now after that, let's start the server again in pim start, and let's press A to run on the emulator. Yeah, now after that, now as you can see on the Figma, we had, like, given some margin on the bottom as well, some border radius and so on. So let's see how we can do it. So first of all, to achieve that, inside the screen options we have to add some property of tab bar style. So let's add a property of tab bar style. Okay, and I'm gonna define some height, like the height gonna be almost 80, and the position I'm going to give as a absolute. Okay, to the parent it's gonna be absolute, and from the left I'm gonna give as a 20, as well as from the right I'm gonna give as a 20 as well. Now if you can see that it's taken a margin from the left and the right as well. Now after that, let's give some from the positioning from the bottom as well, 20. Awesome. Now after that, let's give us some border radius as a 30 for now. Now as you can see that it's become a circle border radius. Now we have to add a linear gradient background as well. Now after the tab bar style, we have to add a property called tab bar background. Tab bar background. Okay, inside that we have to do like this. We have to import the linear gradient, okay, from the React Native linear gradient, my bad, linear gradient. Okay, and we have to do like this, and we have imported the linear gradient from the React Native. So if I show you quickly, so I imported the linear gradient from the React Native linear gradient. Now it's gonna took a parameter called colors. Okay, so we can define a multiple colors. So let's add a color. So as you can see that I have already defined a one basically one linear gradient background. So let's copy the color quickly. So the first color and the second color, so I click on this and I just copy this color code and have to add it here. So let me add that, and let's copy the second color code as well. So I just copy that as well, and now I'm gonna paste that color code here as well. Okay, now after that we gonna define some. Now let's reload this because we are not able to see. Okay, now you can see that this is looking like this. Okay, now let's add some property. The first property is gonna be style. Okay, In this style, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make flex as a 1, flex as a 1, okay, and the border radius which we have already defined, the border radius is gonna be a 30, which we have already defined, right? So as you can see that this is now become looking well. Now there's one more thing which I want to do, that is called start the linear starting of the linear gradient. So I'm gonna tell that the first color should be start from 0 axis to the from the 0 0 to y0, and it will end to the, and the end position will be something like that. Let me do, end position will be x0 starting from 0 and end y, okay, y1, okay, y axis 1, okay. I think it doesn't look any change, but yeah, it helps us to add the angle between the colors. So if I comment it out and let's see, is any difference between color? No. So you can get rid of it. But yeah, let's add the starting. The first color should be start from the 0 0 axis, and the end will be from the 0 to y axis, y1 axis. Okay. Now after that, you can see that the icon color is the white, and when we click on any icon, the icon size should get increased. Okay, so let's see how we can do it that as well. So first of all, what we're gonna do, we're gonna add one property called tab bar, tab bar tint color, tab bar tint active tint color, which is gonna be white. Okay, if that is active, so it should be a white color. Otherwise, inactive color, it's gonna be tab bar inactive tint color. If it's inactive, then the color code should be CCC, the gray color basically. Now if you check it out, active tint color, oh my bad. Now if I reload this and if I again check it out, now you can see that if it's inactive, the tint color is looking like a gray color. Otherwise, it's looking like this. Okay. Now we have to do one more thing, that is called if if the icon is active, so the icon size should be greater than the normal size. So let's do that as well. So if that icon is focused, okay, if it's focused, then the height should be 40, and otherwise it should be 30 pixel. It should be 30 pixel. Okay. Now let's add the do it for this icon collection screen as well. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna check that if it's focused. If it's focused, then make the font size 40. Otherwise, make as a 30. Same for we're gonna do for the search icon. So let's do for the search icon as well. If it's focused, then make it 40. Otherwise, let's make it 30. Awesome. Now let's do for the heart icon as well. If it's focused, then make it 40. Otherwise, make it 30. Okay. Now this is looking better, right? So this is how we can design a floating bottom tab navigation in React Native. So let's summarize all this stuff thoroughly. So what we had done, first of all, inside that tab.navigator, inside the screen options, we had passed some parameters. The first parameter in the last video we've seen that tab bar shown label. So when we make it false, so it doesn't show the label like home, category, and the bottom. After that, we make it error shown as a false, so we remove the header from the header as well. Now after that, we have defined a tab bar style, which is like we have defined the height, and we make the position as absolute. We have given the left, right, bottom positioning of 20, and we have defined a border radius. After that, we had also defined a tab bar background, like whatever the background. So we are using linear gradient package. We have defined the colors, like color is 2 color, the first and the second color. We have defined the flex as a 1, so it will take the parent height and width, and we have defined the border radius. After that, we have defined the start and end axis, like the first color should start from the x0 axis and end should be from the x0 to the 1. Okay, so this is how we design the linear gradient background. Okay, and after that, there is one more thing which we have done. In this tab bar icon property, we are getting color focus in the size property. Okay, so we are checking that if our icon is if our screen is active, if it's focused, then the font size will be 40, otherwise make it 30. Okay, so this is how we have done that, uh, how to design this bottom tab navigation. Along with that, we have also seen that tab bar active in color, tab bar inactive in color. It means that if our tab bar icon is active, then color code should be white. Otherwise, if it's inactive, then it should be a gray color, as you can see that now. Okay, so we have seen that how to style a bottom tab navigation in React Native. Okay, in the next video, what we're gonna do, we're gonna learn that how to style this header component. Okay, so let's see in the next video. In this video, we are going to learn that how to design header component. So as you can see that on the Figma, we have a header component along with the first hamburger icon and the app icon and the notification icon. So first of all, let's download the app icon. This is the app icon. To download the app icon, we have to select that icon, click on export, then select the size and click on export logo. Okay, now open that. Now I'm gonna name as a logo. Okay, and I'm to just copy this. Okay, and inside source I have to create another directory. Inside the source I have to create another directory called assets, and inside that I have to just copy and paste the logo. Okay, now after that, as you can see that the source should be outside of the screen. So we have inside the source, we have assets and we have a screen. Okay, now let me close that all. Now I'm gonna create a one directory again, that is called components. Okay, components, and inside that I'm gonna create one component called header.jsx. Okay, and I'm gonna write rnfes to create a one component, header component. After that, let's go to the home screen, and I have to just import the header component. So we have to import the header component like this, header from the /component/header. Okay, now as you can see that we are rendering the header. Okay, now if you see this background color, our app background color is this color. So how we get the background color of our app? Just click on the square and we have to select the background color. We get the background color, just copy this, and after that I'm gonna name this style is equal to styles.container. Okay, and let's add a container style. The container style will be background color as this color. So let me add the color as well quickly, this color, and the flex is a 1. So let's give as a flex as a 1. Okay, so it's gonna take the full width and height. And let's go to the header component. In the header component, what we have, the first icon which we have, the hamburger icon. So let's get that React Native vector icons directory. There we have to type menu icon. Just type menu to get that icon. So I'm gonna type menu. Okay, and I'm gonna use the feather icon, this feather icon. Okay, now inside the header component, so I'm gonna import the icons and import feather from React native vector icons / feather. Okay, now the feather gonna be something like that. We're gonna have a feather. Okay, and the name is gonna be, let's add a name as well. The name is called menu. Okay, and the color which we want, that is called white. So let's add a color as well as a white, and the size will be, I think the size looks 30, looks cool. So let's add a size as well. Okay, perfect. Now after that we have to also import the image as well, the app logo. So as you can see that on this Figma we have a app logo. So let's add that as well. So inside the image we have to import source, and after that require the image require, and we have to /assets, and inside that we have logo.png, and I'm gonna style this. Style is equal to styles.app logo, and I'm gonna give some height and the width of this app logo. Okay, before that, style doesn't exist, so it should be styles.app logo, and let's add a app logo as well. So I'm gonna style that as well. And the first of all, like, we're gonna have a view style, and I'm gonna name as a styles.container. Okay, so for the container, let's add some property thoroughly. So for the container, I'm gonna write it like this: flex direction gonna be row. Okay, and justify content will be space between space between space between. Okay, before that, let's do one thing that is one of the most important. Let's add a app logo styling. The app logo height and the width, the height which I want, that is called 60, and the width which I want, that is called 16. Okay, now as you can see that the app logo is become looking well. Now the another icon which I want, that is called a bell icon. So I'm gonna just copy this and again paste it that feather icon, and we want a bell icon like this. So let's search on the React Native vectors icon directory and type bell. So I'm gonna use again this feather icon bell. This is looking well. Okay, so I'm gonna replace with the bell, and now you can see that we had designed the this header component. Now we have to add some property. So we're gonna make align item center, so to make it vertically center our items. So align item centers. After that, we have to give some padding vertical. So I'm gonna give some padding vertical as a 5. Okay, and after that, I'm gonna add a bottom border. I'm gonna add a one border as well. So border bottom basically border bottom color will be gonna be black. Okay, and border bottom width gonna be almost 1 as well. Okay, so it's gonna give some look like a real header, and let's give us some elevation as well of 10 for sure. Okay, now as you can see that we have designed our header component. Let's understand this quickly. So first of all, we had defined a content, we had created one component, header component. Inside that we had using view component, and we have inside the view we have created a container where we define the flex direction as a row, justify content space between, align item center to make the center it's a vertically, and after that we had given them padding vertical. The padding vertical will be 5, and bottom color black. So as you can see, there's something highlight is there, and the height and the width of the app logo is 60. Okay, now let's go back to the home screen, and I'm gonna give some padding horizontal of 20. Let's give it short. So how it's looking? So if I give padding horizontal as a 20, this is looking well, right? Now this is how we have learned that how to design header component. Okay, so let's summarize this stuff. So we have created one component, header component, and we have added some icon and the image, and we have defined the flex direction row, and justify content space between. Okay, so yeah, we have learned that how to design a header component in React Native. In the next video, we are going to do that designing of image card in React Native. Okay, and we're gonna also add to see that how to add hot and download icon. In the last video, we have seen that how to design the header component. In this video, we are going to design this image card where we're gonna show the image as well as like icon and the download icon. Okay, before creating that icon, so let's commit the whole things whatever we had done. So to commit the changes, we have to first type git add space dot and hit enter. After that, we have to type the message git commit message and header completed, whatever you can type the message. Okay, now after that, what we have to do, we have to style the image card, right? So let's go to the home screen. Okay, and after that in the components I'm going to create one component called image card. Okay, image card.jsx, and I'm going to type rnfes command to create a one React Native functional component. Okay, and export default. After that I'm going to the home screen component. Here what I'm going to do, I'm going to create one view. Okay, and inside view I'm going to just import that image card component here, and let me again import. So I'm going to import it to component right now. Okay, but we are not able to see any text because the text color is black, and let me change the color as well so you guys can see to this. So color will be white. Okay, now if we check that, so we can see that we are having a two component. If I make it 3, so it will become 3. Okay, so that's not a big deal. Now what I want to do is, let's go to the image card component. Now we are going to create this UI like this, where we're gonna have some border radius card. Okay, so how we can define this? So first of all, what am I gonna do, I'm gonna make this styles dot container. Okay, on this container what I'm gonna do, let's do that, let's see that. First of all I'm going to give the container uh, height. Okay, so let's give the container height. The container height will be almost 300. Okay, and the width will be 100%. Okay, and after that let's add a background color as well, so we can know how it's gonna look like. So I'm going to add a background color as a pink. Okay, now as you can see that this is how we are able to see the image card component. But in every row we are having a uh, two column, right? So let's make a two column. So first of all what I'm going to do, inside the home screen component I'm going to make a style. Okay, and let's add one more item here quickly. Okay, now you can see that the item is coming in the column direction. So what we have to do, we have to make uh, display flex. Okay, and the flex direction I'm gonna make is row. Okay, and now you can see that it's become in the row. But let's do one more thing. I'm gonna make justify content space between. Okay, now let's go to the image card as well, and I'm going to add some margin of margin of 10. Let's add a margin of 10, and after that let's check it out. Now as you can see that nothing difference looking like now, right? So what we have to do, we have to do one more thing, that is called basically, let me show you guys. So what am I going to do right now, if I go to the home screen, we are running two image card, right? So let me close the header component. Inside the image card, let me add a one border quickly. Border width will be 1. Okay, and the border color will be black. Okay, now if I reload it, let me reload the app. If I reload the app, so you can see that this is how it's looking right now still. So now inside this what we're gonna have let's make it 50%. If I make it 50% width, now you can see that it's looking perfect, right? If I make it 50%, it's looking well. Okay, now after that what app to supposed to do, let me know you guys. So after that we gonna have a image inside this, right? To let's add an image as well, and before that let's give us some border radius of 20 as well. Okay, and the overflow property will be hidden, so it doesn't gonna overflow as well. And now I think the margin 8 doesn't look well, so let me remove the margin 8 from here. So as you can see that once I remove the margin 8, it's look like this. So I'm just gonna add a margin left, margin right of 8. If I make it margin right 8, now I think it's looking perfect. Okay, now inside this view we're gonna have a image component as well. Okay, so let's add an image as well. So I'm gonna import the image from the React Native. here what we have to do, where we have to add a source. So I'm going to add a URI. So let me use any image from the browser. So I'm going to use this image for now, or let's use uh, some this image font, something like this. So I have to just copy the URL, and I'm gonna assign one variable const image URL and just paste that URL. Okay, and at the place of URI value will be gonna be image URL. Okay, and I'm gonna style this image as well. So I'm gonna write styles dot cover image. Okay, now let me copy this cover image name, and we're gonna make it flex as a 1. Okay, now if I make it flex as a 1, now you can see that it's looking like this, which is looking too good, right? And if I reload it, so it's gonna first looking like this. Okay, so we have seen that how to design this image card component, but if you see this image, we have also a icon, heart icon, and the download icon. Let's add that as well. So we're gonna have a heart icon. So I'm gonna create like this one view. Inside this view we're gonna have a style, and I'm gonna make it styles dot icon container. Okay, let's add a two icon. The first icon is heart icon. Okay, so we have already added a heart icon inside this bottom tab navigation. So let's go to the app.jsx. So I'm going to app.jsx and just copying the heart icon. Let me copy that heart icon. So and design heart icon, I just copied that. Okay, and went to the image card component and add it, and we have to import the and design as well. So let me import the and design. Import and design from React Native vector icons slash and design. Okay, now we don't need this size. Let me remove this all the props. The size will be almost 30, and the color, which if you see there, the color is white. So let me add a color as a white. Okay, now it's looking well. Okay, but another icon we have, that is called download icon. So let's add a download icon as well. So let's go to the React Native vector icon directory, and here we have to open this page. Okay, and I have to search download. Okay, once I click on download, we get this icon feather. So let me use the feather icon. To use this feather icon, what I have to do, we have to import like this, import feather from React Native vector icons slash feather. Okay, now after that, to use that, let me copy paste again, and at the place of design I'm going to use feather, and the name will be download. So copy the name and add the name as well, download, and the color size will be gonna be same. Okay, now let's style this icon container. To style that, what we have to do, we have to make icon container as a position absolute. Okay, now you can see that it's come on the top. Now I want to make it on the bottom of 10. So it's gonna be like here at this place, and I want in the right direction, to right 5. Okay, now let's check it out. Yeah, looking well. And we're gonna have a height as well. So I'm gonna give the height as a 20, and let's add a border width of 1 as well. Okay, now as you can see that when I add a border width of 1, so you can see that the height is 20, and this is gonna look like this. So let's increase the height as a 80. Okay, now I make it the height as a 80, and now let's make it I think 100. The height gonna be 100, and I'm gonna make the justify content will be space between. Okay, not 100, let's make it 80. Okay, now it's looking well, and let me remove the border width, and let's add a different wallpaper icon. So this image, so I'm gonna use this image. So I just copy this open image in new tab, copy the image URL quickly, And let me replace this new image URL here. Okay, and this looks well. So as you can see that we have a heart icon as well as download icon as well. Now what we supposed to do, we gonna add a touchable opacity to the heart icon as well as download icon. So let's add that as well. Touchable opacity, touchable opacity from the React native, and let me wrap inside the icon, and we're gonna have a on press event. Okay, and let me just make a on press event right now. So now if we click on heart icon, you can see that it's become touchable opacity. It's looking like a button. Let's add this touchable opacity to the download as well. So touchable opacity, and I'm gonna wrap inside the feather icon as well. Perfect. Now if you see this screen, we have designed this image card component. Now what I'm gonna do right now, I'm going to create a array of data and map the data here. Okay, so what I'm gonna do right now, I'm gonna create one folder called data. Okay, and I'm gonna make it images.json. Okay, inside this what we're gonna have some data right now. So I'm gonna use this array. Inside this let me add some image quickly. So we're gonna have an image URL. So the image URL is gonna be looking like this. So let me copy some image URL thoroughly. Open image in new tab, copy this URL, add that image. Okay, we're gonna have some image as well more. So let me add another images. So this is the image. Open image in new tab, copy this URL and add that as well. Okay, now after that let me add one more. Let me just copy paste again these two images. Okay, now if I go to the home screen, I have to just import the data. So import data from data images.json. Okay, we get the data right. Now if I just console the data, so what you're gonna see that we are getting an array of data in the bottom, as you can see that. Now let me remove the console. So instead of using this view display flags, what I'm going to use, I'm going to use a flat list. Okay, to use the flat list, what we have to do, we have to do like this, flat list. Okay, and the first we have to import the flat list from the React native. So as you can see that I imported the flat list from the React native, and the first props which we have to pass called data. So let me pass the data, which gonna be an array of object. Okay, and the second parameter is called render item. So we have to pass the our render item as well. Okay, so we're gonna get the item and the index. Okay, inside the render item, not like this, item and index. Okay, and after that what I'm gonna do quickly, I'm gonna return the image card component here. Okay, now I'm returning image card component. Now as you can see that this is looking like this, and let me remove this existing code which I don't need anymore. Okay, now if I reload this, you can see that image card component is looking like this. Okay, one row has a one row has a one image. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make add one property called num of columns gonna be 2. If I make it 2, and let me reload this app thoroughly, so you can see that the number of columns becomes 2, and this is looking like this. Okay, one row has a 2 images. Okay, now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass this item and index as well. To pass the item like dynamic image, so we have to type item. Okay, and I'm gonna pass the index as well. Okay, so let's pass the index as well. So as you can see that we had passed the index. Now let's go to the image card component, and I'm gonna read the item. Okay, whatever the item I'm gonna getting, and at the place of URI I'm gonna make item dot image. Okay, now if I reload this, you can see that I'm getting nothing. So let me try again, an item dot image. So let's see what is we are getting inside the item. So inside the item we are getting index if I reload this again, so we are getting something like this index item. Okay, and inside that we are having a this. So what I'm gonna supposed to do, I'm gonna do like this. I'm gonna destructure that property item and index, and let me reload this again. So this was a mistake I was doing. Like I was not destructing the value while rendering item. So I just destructure the item and index, and I'm passing that item and index inside the image card component, and I'm reading the image. I'm reading the item value here, and I'm just rendering the item dot image and render that image as well. Okay. Now as you can see that inside the image card component, we had not given some. We need some more padding or some more spacing from the right direction. So let me add a spacing more. I'm gonna make it 8. Now it's looking well. Okay. Now after that you can also see that we need some margin vertically on the image. Before that, let me add some more data. So I'm just copy this data again and adding almost more data. Okay, and let me reload this app as well. Now as you can see there on the images, vertically there's two less gap, so let's add some gap as well. So I'm going to the image card component. Okay, and inside that what I'm going to do, I'm going to add a margin vertical of 10. Okay, now if I add a margin vertical of 10, this is looking like this, and currently I'm not able to scroll that, so let me close the app and again open the app. Okay, and if I again reload this, so this is how the app looking like this. Okay, so we have created this home screen with the image card. This is looking like a wow, right? So what we had done in this video, we had designed a home screen component along with the image card component. Now after that what we're gonna do, we're gonna do a one commit git add space dot git commit created image card component, created a image card component. Okay, in the last of the video we will add this functionality of heart icon, like functionality, and the download functionality, and I think we need some more padding from the bottom side. Let's add a from the bottom, it's gonna be 12. Yeah, looks better. So yeah, that's all in this video, I think guys. So if I check that, so we have created the image card with the heart and download icon, and in the next we have also seen that we have created one data array of data, and we are rendering the data with the flat list. Okay, now if I summarize this stuff again, what we had done, first of all we created one component called image card component, where we are having a style dot container. Okay, we have defined the container like height, width, and the background color. Okay, and the border width, we don't need any border anymore. Border color we don't need. We are having border radius, margin right, and margin vertical, and the cover image is flex 1. We have defined the icon contains a position as absolute. From the bottom we are giving the 12 positioning, and the right will be 8, and the height is going to be 80. A justify content space between. Okay, now after that what we are supposed to do, what we are supposed to doing, we had created one data inside the source directory. We created one folder called data, and there we have a called image.json, and inside that we are having some array of data which has just image, key, and value. Okay, now let's go to the image card component, and after that we are having app.js. Inside the home screen component we are having one flat list where we are passing the data, like we are reading the data, that JSON data, and just passing that data. After that we are having another props called render items, where you just passing this data to the our image card component, and after that we have defined the number of columns as a 2, so it is rendering 2 columns in a row. Okay, so yeah, in the next video we are going to see that how to create a nested navigation and setup of stack navigation. In the last video we have designed this image card component. As you can see that we have also learned that how to use flat list and how we define the number of columns and so on. We had also created this heart icon and the download icon. Now in this video what we are going to try to do, basically, now whenever we click on any image or any wallpaper, it should open up wallpaper data screen. Okay, so how we can achieve that, basically what is gonna happen now, Whenever we click on any wallpaper, it is opening the detail screen, and when we open that detail screen, that home icon should be highlighted at that point of time as well. Okay, so this is called nested stack navigation or nested navigation. So we will learn that how to achieve the nested navigation. For that, I'm going to install first of all stack navigation. So what we have to type, we have to type react navigation, react native navigation. Okay, now after that click on this react navigation. Okay, and click on read docs. Now we have to set up the stack navigation. For that, we have to click on hello react navigation. We have to copy this command npm install react navigation native. I just copied that, and let me stop our server, and after that we have to paste that command and hit enter. So it will install the stack navigation. Okay, now meanwhile if it's now the stack navigation is installed, now do npm start to serve our to run the server again. Okay, and now after that let me press E to start the server. Okay, now if you take a look to the Figma, what is happening now, whenever we are clicking on any wallpaper, it is opening a wallpaper details screen. Okay, and that is called nested stack navigation. Okay, so how we can do that, I'm going to create one folder like before. What I'm going to do basically, now instead of rendering inside the home screen, I'm just rendering a home component like home screen. But instead of rendering this home screen, we have to pass a home stack. Okay, stack navigation. So basically what I'm going to do, I'm going to create one stack navigation for home, and I'm just pass that stack navigation. Okay, so what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to create one folder called navigation. Okay, and let me rename the name navigation. Okay, and the name gonna define as a my navigation, my stack navigation. Okay, my stack navigation dot jsx. Okay, here what I'm gonna do, I'm going to do a setup of stack navigation. So how we can do set up the stack navigation? First of all, we have to initialize the const stack is equal to create native stack navigator. So I import the uh, navigation native stack. After that, we have to do like this stack.navigator. Okay, so I'm gonna make a one function export default. Okay, my home stack, my home stack, or let's make it home stack. Okay, and export default function home stack. Okay, and after that inside return statement, I'm going to just paste that code stack.navigator and stack.screen. Okay, and I'm gonna name is home, and let me import the home screen component. Okay, and after that, instead of rendering we have to copy this home stack, and if went to the home app.jsx, and at the place of component, if you see the component, we are rendering a home screen. Now I'm going to pass the home stack, and I imported the home stack as well. As you can see that I imported the home stack from the my stack navigation. Okay, now instead of naming the home screen, I'm gonna make it home stack. Okay, because this is now we are rendering a home stack. Now let's go to the home stack, and let's make it a home screen instead of just home. Okay, now we don't want to show the this header as well. So what we have to do, we have to write props called screen options, and inside this we have property called header zone as a false. So it will remove this header as well. Now as you can see that the headers get removed. Now what we have to do, the motive behind this stack, like creating a nested stack navigation, is that we want that whenever we click on any image, this icon should also highlighted, the home icon should be also highlighted. Okay, so we're gonna create one screen called show wallpaper screen. So let's create a one screen. Inside the screen component, I'm going to create a component called show wallpaper, so wallpaper screen.jsx. Okay, and I'm going to create a one component by typing rnfes. Okay, after that let's go to the my stack navigator or navigation, whatever, and I'm going to just copy paste again stack.screen code, and the component I'm gonna pass called show wallpaper screen. Okay, instead of having a home screen name, I'm gonna name as wallpaper. So wallpaper screen. Okay. Now as you can see that I created one component called so wallpaper screen. Now what I want that whenever I click on any image card, it should open a so wallpaper screen component. Okay, so let's go to the home screen. We are rendering a image card component. Now here, what am I going to do? I'm going to add a touchable opacity at the place of view. So let's add a touchable opacity. Okay, and I'm going to add a on press event, and I'm going to call a function called handle navigate. Handle navigate, and let's create a function called const handle navigate. Okay, inside that, I'm gonna navigate the code. Like I'm gonna write the code that navigate the user from one screen to another screen. Const navigation is equal to use navigation. I'm going to use the use navigation hook to navigate from one screen to another screen. After that, we have to type navigation dot navigate and the screen name, whatever screen you want to navigate. So currently I'm going to navigate the user to the so wallpaper screen. So I just copy this name, go to the image card component, just paste that name. Okay, along that, let's call the function like this, handle navigator. I also pass the item, whatever the item I'm passing. Okay, and if I reload this, let me reload the app. Now if I click on show wallpaper screen, you can see that it's navigating to the show wallpaper screen, and you can see that the home icon is still highlighted, and that's why we are using Mr. Stack navigation. And if I click on back, so as you can see that it's coming back to the home screen. Okay, perfect. And so if we summarize this, what we had done at, so first of all we have installed a package called stack navigation. Okay, after that we just installed this package stack navigation. After that we went to the app.jsx. uh, Previously we have just home name and we are rendering the home screen, but we had created one component called home stack. So first of all we created one folder called navigation, and the file name is called my stack navigation. Here we had created one component called home stack using the stack navigator. And inside the stack navigator we are having a two screen. The first screen is called home screen, where we are just passing the home screen component, and the second screen is called show wallpaper screen, where you're passing the show wallpaper screen component. Okay, now we are also making the header shown as a false, so the header will not visible. Now when we click on and after that we had went to the image card component. Okay, and whenever user click on any card, we are navigating the user from navigating the user from home screen to the show wallpaper screen. Okay, and along with that, if you want to pass this data like this object, you can also pass the data and you can read the data as well. Now what am I gonna do? I'm going to the show wallpaper screen. Let's go there, and let's make like this style, and I'm going to make a styles dot container. Okay, and in the container what I'm going to do, I'm going to make it flex as a 1. Okay, and the background color is let me add a background color as well. So the background color is going to be same as this color, so I just copy that color as well, and let me paste that color. Okay, now you can see that the background color become like this. Okay, now here what I want that I don't want to show this I don't want to show this status bar here. So to hide that, what am I going to do, I'm going to do, so before that let me explain that what is this is called fragment. So this is just similar to the view, but this is called fragment in React Native or React, and I'm going to call status bar. Okay, I'm just import the status bar, and I'm going to make it hidden as a true. Hidden is true. Now you can see that the status bar get removed from the UI. Okay, now if we went to the content, if you see the Figma, if you take a look to the Figma, we are having a one back icon along with the three different icon: heart icon, download icon, the share icon. So first of all we are passing this props as well, like we are passing the item as well. So let's read the item. So read the item, what we have to do, we have to write const route is equal to use route. Okay, and after that we have to type const item, and I have to type route dot params dot item. Okay, and I just type route.params.item, and if I console the item, okay, so whatever we are passing the image, we will get the console. So we are getting the inside the image item.image and that image, right? So for that, instead of having a view as a view style.container, I'm gonna make it image background, okay, and let's make it image background, okay, and the source, let's add a source as well, and inside the source we're gonna have a URI, and the URI will be item.image, okay. Now I make the item.image, and if I click on this, you can see that it is taking the whole width of the image. If I click on this, so it has taken the whole width. Now let's add a different image as well. So add the image different. Let's add a one image by iPhone wallpapers. So I'm gonna use a different image for you guys suddenly to show you guys. So I just copy this image, and let me open image in new tab, and let me copy this URL, and instead of having this URL, I'm gonna replace with this URL right now. And if I reload this, and let's check it out, currently this image is not showing. I don't know why. So let's use this item.image. That doesn't make sense anymore. Okay, so now you can see that our image is rendered on the UI. Now after that, what we want the next, that we want the back icon as well. So let's add a back icon. To add the back icon, what we have to do, we have to remove this, okay, and we're gonna have a called touchable opacity. I'm gonna use a touchable opacity. Inside that, I'm gonna use one back icon. For back icon, I'm gonna go to the React Native vectors icon directory, and let's check it out. Before that, let's add as well styles dot. Let's add a background color as well. Styles dot back icon container. Okay, I'm gonna name is a back icon container, and let's add a height and the width. The height gonna be of 40 for now, and the width gonna be 40 as well. And the background color which I want, that is called this color. So let's check this color. So to get this color, I'm gonna make this quickly one square right now, and let's fill this color with this color. So I got the color code, and I'm gonna paste this color code as well. Okay, now you can see that we are getting this something border radius of 40. Okay, and if you correctly check, let's add some border radius as well. So the border radius which I'm gonna do, basically border radius of 20, so it becomes circle. I don't know, make it circle, so I'm gonna make it 10. Okay, and let's check it out now. Now I think it's looking well, and we're gonna have some margin as well. So I'm gonna give a margin of 20. So margin left, right, horizontally, vertical, all that stuff. Now after that, let's add this icon. Okay, so for that icon, I'm gonna type React Native vector icon directory again, and let's copy the icon. So let's open this side, and I'm gonna type called back. Okay, so for the back, I'm gonna use this icon, icons, and the chevron back. Let's use that for this icon. Okay, now let's import the import, and I'm gonna import the icons from React Native vectors icon slash icons. Okay, and after that, inside this touchable opacity, I'm gonna do like this icons. Okay, and the name gonna be, let's add a name quickly. Name is chevron back. Okay, and the color which I want is called, color will be white. Okay, let's add a color as a white, and the size which I want, that is called 25. Okay, let's add a size of 25, and now let's check it out. Some weird happened. Okay, now if I click on this, you can see that the height is 25. It doesn't look well, so I'm gonna make it 30. Okay, Now you can see that the icon is not in the center. Let's make the icon in the center by going to the back icon container. So I'm gonna make it justify content as a center, okay, and align item center to make it vertically and the horizontally center. Align align items center. Okay. Now you can see that this is looking well, right? Now if I click this again, and this is looking perfect. Now whenever user click on this back icon, it should go to the back. To how we can add that, let's add that functionality as well. So I'm gonna add a functionality as well. Press event and handle back press. So I'm gonna create one function as well for this. So let's create one function quickly. Const handle back press. Here what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna do something like that. Navigation. So first of all we have to use the navigation hook. Const navigation is equal to use navigation, okay, and after that I have to type navigation dot go back, okay. It will went to the go back. Now if I open this flower image and if I click on this, let me allow to go back, okay. Now we're gonna have these items as well, like we're gonna have a heart icon, we're gonna have this download icon and the share icon. Let's add the icon as well. So as you can see that on this image card we have already some icon. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just do copy and paste this icon container quickly, okay. So I went to the show wallpaper screen, and after this touchable opacity I'm gonna add this icon container, and let's import the and design and the feather as well. So I'm gonna import the and design quickly. Let me import the and design. After that I'm gonna import the feather icon as well by typing the feather, okay. Now let me reload this app. Now if I open this, we can see the heart icon and download icon. We need one more icon, that is called share icon. Let's check it out, that icon as well. So I'm gonna just type share, okay. For share I'm gonna use this icon font awesome share, okay. Now let's use that. So to use that font awesome icon we have to import again font awesome. So at the place of feather I'm gonna use font awesome, and at the place of feather let's use font awesome, okay. Now again we have to just copy this touchable opacity code again, and we have to replace with the font awesome, and the name will be gonna be share. So let's add a name as a share as well, okay. Now you can see that we got the all three icons, right? Now let's style the icon container. So as you can see that we are having icon container, okay, and we are having a three icons, heart icon, download icon and the share icon. So for the icon container what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make position as a absolute, okay, and it's gonna be from bottom, it's gonna be almost 45, and it's gonna be on the right side of 20. If I make it 20, so it's looking well. And from the bottom it's gonna be I think almost 70. Let's make it 70. Doesn't look well still. Let's make it 120. I don't think so. Let's add a height as well. So height gonna be, I'm gonna add as a 120 for now, and I'm gonna add a one border color of white to understand the height, the width, and I'm gonna give as a border width of 1 as well, okay. Now I had given the border width as 1. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make the height as a 150 for now, okay. Now after that I'm gonna make justify content will be space between, okay. Now okay, looks better. And from the bottom is I'm gonna make it 150 to like make it much more cooler. Now if I remove this, let's check it out how it's looking. Does it matching with the existing UI? Yeah, it's totally matching with the existing UI. So yeah, so we have designed this heart icon, download icon, and if you want, like you want to make it more upper side, so you can make it more upper by just adding the some value. Okay, so yeah, this is how we had designed this basically hot icon, download icon, and share icon. And when we click on back icon, it went to the back screen. Okay, so in this video, what we had done, we had designed the basically we had designed the nested so wallpaper skin. In the last video, we have already done. In this video, we have designed the stack navigation and setup of stack navigation. We have designed the so wallpaper screen as well. Okay, so if we summarize this stuff, so what we had done, let me summarize this thoroughly quickly without wasting some time. So in the home stack, so instead of having a home screen, we are passing a home stack. Instead of home stack, we are having a some screen like home screen and so wallpaper screen. And this whole wallpaper okay, now in the image card, while navigating the from one screen to another screen, we are also passing the props data, like whatever the item we are rendering. So we are passing the data as well. Navigate, we are passing one object item. Okay, and in the show wallpaper screen, we are reading the item by using the use router. So by route.params.item, we get the item, and we are just rendering the item.image in the background. Okay, and we are having again the icon container. So I just copy paste and add one more icon called share icon, which is coming from the font awesome, and we are importing the font awesome from the React Native vectors icon slash font awesome. Okay, we had given some padding, margin, and the positioning. Okay, now we have also want to do one more thing, that is called whenever user click on this back icon, the user should go to the back screen. So we have added this touchable opacity and added one event placement, that is called a handle backtrace. So whenever user click on that icon, it went called this navigation dot go back, and it will went to the uh, back screen. Okay, so yeah, that's all in this video, guys. So we have learned that nested navigation and the so wallpaper screen. In the next video, we are going to create this collection screen. So yeah, that's all. Thanks. Hey guys, in this video we are going to learn that how to design this category details screen. And if you take a look to the Figma, so what we are going to design, basically we are going to design this screen where we're gonna have a one image. On that of image, we're gonna add some overlay, and on top of that we are going to write some text like category, whatever the category name is it. Awesome, so we are going to design this screen. Okay, in the last video we've designed the like so wallpaper screen and the nested navigation. Okay, now let's see how we can design the category details screen. For that, before designing the category details screen, I'm gonna git add, git add git commit minus git commit minus m git commit minus m home screen done. Okay, now you can see that I've already commit, and let me push the code again. Now after that, let's design the category details screen. To design the category details screen, so you can see that we are having a collection screen, and currently we are just passing a home screen component. Okay, so let's create one component called collection screen. So I'm gonna make collection collection screen dot jsx, and I'm going to type rnfes to create a collection screen component. Okay, now after that I have to import the collection screen component like this. Okay, now after importing that collection screen, if we went to the collection screen, we are able to see a collection screen text. Okay, now let's go to the collection screen component. Okay, now let's style the collection screen component. So as you can see that we have to add a background color. Okay, so I'm gonna make the styles dot container. Okay, inside the container, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make the flex as a one. Okay, and the background color, which I'm gonna do, I have to just copy the background color like this, whatever the home background color is it. Okay, so the background color become like that. Okay, now after that, if you check the Figma, the Figma, we are having a one header component. So let's import the header component as well. So I'm gonna just import the header component from the component and directory. As you can see that we have already created one header component which we are using in the home component. So I also import this header component inside the category details screen, collection screen or category screen, whatever you can call. Okay, Now let's give us some padding, horizontal of 20. Okay, so the header looks well. Okay, perfect. Now after that, if you see that we are having one text called collections, so let's add a one text as well. So I'm gonna use text and the value will be collections. And now let's style this as well. So I'm gonna make it styles dot heading. Okay, heading, and let me copy this and let's add some property. The first property gonna be color as a white. Okay, and the font size I'm gonna be 30 for now. Let's give a short font size will be 30. Okay, and let's add a font weight as well. The font weight gonna be 700. Let's see how it's gonna look like. So added the font weight 700 and it's looking too well. Okay, now after that I'm gonna create one component called collection card or category card. So I'm gonna name is category card.js. Okay, now inside that I'm gonna create one component called by typing rnfes category card. Okay, now let's go to the collection screen and I have to just import this category card component. Okay, now as you can see that we are able to see nothing because the category card component is like already black. That's why we are not able to see. So let's add some property here. First of all, what I'm gonna do, I have to uh, make the this change with the view with the touchable opacity because category will be clickable. Okay, and after that we're gonna have a one image. So let's add a one image and we have to import the image from the React Native again. Okay, and we're gonna have a source and we're gonna have a URI and we want a one image URL. So I've already copied this image URL. Okay, and I'm gonna create one variable called const image URL. Okay, and I'm gonna use that URL. Okay, I'm gonna pass this URI to this here, and after that let's minimize this. Okay, so the touchable opacity I'm gonna style this as a styles dot container. Okay, and I'm gonna style this as well. Style is equal to styles dot cover image. Okay, now let's copy this cover image property and I'm gonna give some height as a 120 and the width height gonna be 120 and the width gonna be 100%. Let's give a shot how it's looking. Now this is looking like this. Now let's add some border radius as well. Border radius of 20. If I make it border radius of 20, this is looking like this. Cool. Now I think height looking too much. Now let's decrease the height. No, I think 120 looks better. And I'm gonna make some margin vertical of 20. Okay. Now after that, if you see that we have to also add a overlay. This kind of overlay. So let's add this overlay as well. So I'm gonna add a one view here quickly. Okay, and I'm gonna name as a style is equal to styles dot overlay. Okay, and let's write this styling for this overlay. And for that, I'm gonna write what I'm gonna write. I'm gonna just split styles is dot absolute fill object. Okay, and after that, I'm gonna add a background color, and the background color will be RGBA, and this is gonna be looking like 0, 0, 0 and 0 0.5 and we're gonna have like this. Okay, now you can see that we have added a basically what you can see, we have added this RGB background or whatever overlay property. Okay, now after that let's add some basically text on the top of image as well. So how we can add it, let's check it out. Let's take a look on this. So we're gonna have a one text here, text. Okay, and inside that what we're gonna have like iPhone wallpapers. So let me write iPhone wallpapers. Okay, and we're gonna make it I style is equal to style dot heading, something like that. and let's add this heading property as well, like the color gonna be white, the color gonna be white. Let's add a color as a white, and the font size gonna be 25, and the font weight, we have to also add a font weight of almost 500. Okay, but this text should be inside this header. Okay, so what I have to do basically, we have to do something like this. So I'm gonna make a one view, and inside this view I'm gonna put the text, and I'm gonna call this style is equal to styles dot text container. Okay, now I have to just copy the text container, and we have to make this text container as a position as a absolute, position as a absolute. Okay, now when I make a position absolute, you can see that it's went there. Okay, now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make it like from the bottom, it make it 40, and from the bottom make it 40, and from the left I'm gonna make it 40. Let's see. Okay, so this is how it's looking now. I think let's make it from the bottom as a 50. I think looks well. Okay, now after that let's increase the font size. Will also the font size will be 30. Yeah, the 30 is looking well, and the font weight will be also make it 700. Awesome. So this is how we had designed this, category card. Okay, now let's add some more category card as well. So I'm gonna add some category card. Okay, now if you can see that there's some black uh, background is coming. Let's check it out, what is happening with this. So let's go to the category screen. The height I given is 120, right? And the width is 100, and the margin vertical is 20. Okay, so I'm gonna remove the margin vertical from here, and let me remove this, reload this, and the container, inside the container I'm gonna give some margin vertical property. So margin vertical is gonna be 20, margin vertical is gonna be 20, and now it's looking well, right? Now after that, what we are supposed to do, uh, basically, we are gonna have some category, and we're gonna loop that category to the category card. Basically we have to make it dynamically. Okay, so what I have to do basically, now inside the source we have a data, an images.json. I'm gonna make called category dot json. Okay, and I've already created some category data, so I have to just copy and paste the data where we are having a name and the title. Okay, now after that, let's go to the collection screen, and let's import the data. Import data from data. Okay, and the data will be category.json. Okay, and after that let's do like this data, and I'm going to use the flat list here, and the first parameter which I have to pass called data, and I have to pass the data. Okay, and if I console the data, so you can see that the data what I'm getting this array of objects. So you can see that this is the array of objects which I'm getting, where we have image and the name property. Okay, now let's get rid of this. We are having a category card, and after that, what I'm gonna do, uh, the second props is called render item. Okay, now let's take the item and the index, and here I'm gonna pass the image card component, and the props will be gonna be item, and I'm passing the item as well as index as well. So I'm passing the index as well. Okay, and I'm gonna get rid of this, and instead of having a image card, we're gonna have a category card. Okay, now let's get rid of this. Now let's go. You can see that we are getting iPhone wallpapers looping by almost sometimes. Okay, and we are having a flex as a 1, so let's get rid of this flex as a 1. And there's one more thing which I just want to let you know guys, that if you scroll down, okay, not be able to scroll down, so we have to close the app, open the app again. Okay, now let's open the collection screen. Now if we scroll down, we are not able to scroll down more than these items, So there is one is a property called content container uh, container style, basically container style. And here what we have to do, basically a padding bottom, and we're gonna have a padding bottom as 100. Okay, so I can make it like 500, whatever I want. So it should be like scrollable till the 500 point. So I'm gonna make it 300 for now. Okay, so you can scroll to this point 300 to the viewpoint. Okay, now let's go to the category card component. Okay, and I'm gonna read the item and index as well. Okay, now instead of having an image URL, I'm gonna make like item dot image to make it dynamic. Now you can see that it's loading the image, and after that item dot instead of having a static iPhone wallpaper, we have to do item dot name. Okay, so let me remove this whole code. Okay, now you can see that this is how we can create a collection screen in the React Native. So what we had done, if we summarize this stuff thoroughly, so first of all, we went to the app.js. We update the from the collection on the collection screen. Previously it was just home screen component. Now we have created one a screen called collection screen, and we have passed that. In the collection screen, what we had done, we had using the created the category card component first of all, and after that we are like created one category dot JSON data where we are having a name, image URL. Okay, category image URL, and after that we import the data like this. After that we pass the data inside the flat list, and we are calling a render item method where we are passing this data to the category card component, item and index. And we have added the content container as a padding bottom, so it will be giving some you can scroll till 300 point from the bottom. Okay, now after that in the category card, what we had done, we had created a category card component where we are getting the item and index, and we are having a touchable opacity. We are given the uh, margin vertical of 20. Okay, and after that we are added the image which we are showing here, and apart from that we are having a overlay, so added the overlay as well. And we are having a text container where we have showing the heading. Okay, so yeah, that's all in this video, guys. In the next video what we gonna do, uh, we're gonna create a collection stack. So whenever we click on this collection screen, it will open the collection details screen. So we have to we are going to design that in the next video. So whenever we click on this any category, it will open the collection details screen. And after that, when we click on any wallpaper, it should open a so wallpaper screen. So we have to work on this. So yeah, that's all in this video, guys. Hey guys, still we have designed the home screen where we can click the any image, and it will open the uh, so wallpaper screen. And when we click on category, it will open the collection screen. Okay, now in this video what we are going to do, basically whenever we click on any category, it should open the collection details screen like this. So if you click on beach, so it should open the beach details screen, right? So how we can achieve that, basically we gonna have a creator stack navigation or nested navigation. Okay, and we can achieve that. So let's do that as well. So if we go to the app.jsx, let's go to the app.jsx. Currently we are just rendering the collection screen, right? Now instead of rendering a collection screen component, now we have to render a collection stack. Okay, so let's go to the navigation folder. So this is my components data screen, and let's go to the navigation folder, and let me open my stack navigation. Here I'm gonna create another stack called export uh, default default function uh, function, and I'm gonna name as a collection stack. Okay, and in the collection stack, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna return like this. And first of all, we're gonna have a stack dot navigator my bad stack dot navigator. Okay, and inside that we're gonna have a stack dot screen. Okay, And inside this we're gonna have pass the name, the first name, which the name gonna be, if you see, the name is called collection screen, so we're gonna have a name called collection screen. And we're gonna have a component as well. The component will be collection screen. Okay, now after that we gonna have a create another screen called collection details screen. So let's create a collection collection details screen dot jsx. Okay, rnfes to create a react native functional export default component with style sheet. Okay, so collection details screen. Now let's go to the here, and I'm gonna again do stack dot screen, and the name will be collection details screen, collection details screen. Okay, and we're gonna pass the component as well. The component will be collection details screen. Okay, now let me import that as well. Okay, now you can see that we are getting error that passing error, only one default export allowed. So instead of having a default, I'm gonna make it export again, and again instead of having a default export, we have to make it normal export. Okay, now let's go to the app.jsx. Okay, first let's fix the home stack. So we have to do like this, home stack, because it's not a default export. If it's default export, so you don't have to destructure that key, but if it's a normal export, so you have to destructure like that. Okay, now let's scroll down. So currently we are having a collection screen. Now we have to pass, we have to make a collection stack again, and we have to pass a component of collection stack. Okay, collection stack, which I had created right now. And let me import the collection stack from the navigation as well. Now you can see that I imported the collection stack like this from the my stack navigator, and if you click on this, again we are able to see this header of the stack. So what we have to do, we to get rid of this header, what we have to do, we have called screen options. Inside this we have called header shown as a, and we have to make it false to remove that header. Now as you can see that the header get removed. Now what I want that like whenever we click on iPhone, it should open to the iPhone data screen. Okay, so let's go to the collection screen. Okay, now we are having a category card component. Let's go to the category card component. Now here what we're gonna do, I'm gonna create one function called handle navigate. Okay, and inside that what I'm going to do, I'm gonna call the navigate that from collection screen to the collection details screen. Okay, so let's do like this, const navigate is equal to use navigation. Okay, and const navigation is equal to use navigation, and const navigation, not, we can write any name, but I prefer navigation. Const navigation dot navigate, and I'm gonna navigate to the category details screen. So let me copy this name again, and I want to navigate the user to the collection details screen. And what I'm supposed to do, whatever the item I'm gonna getting, I also want to pass that item as well. So I'm just passing the item as well as a props. Okay, now whenever user click on handle navigate, it should navigate the user to that component, and we are calling called handle navigate. Inside that we are calling the item function. Okay, now if you click on this iPhone wallpapers, we went to the collection results screen, and this icon is still highlighted, and this is possible only because the nested navigation. Okay, now let me reload this again. Let's click on this architecture wallpaper and so on. Now let's go to the collection details screen, collection details screen. And now I want to read the object, like what object I'm passing, like what is the name on that. To read that, we have called const item is equal to route dot. So we, to get the route, we have to write const route is equal to use route hook. Okay, and we have to write route dot params. So let's get the suggestion, route dot params dot item, whatever keys we are passing. And if I console the item, so you can see that we are uh, we are getting this object where we are having a name, and the image name is iPhone wallpapers. And if I again go back, if I click on cherry blossom, the name is become cherry blossom. Okay. Now if we take a look this is screen, we are first of all we are having this back icon container, like so we can use this back icon container from this so wallpaper screen. So I'm gonna just copy and paste that. Okay. So let's go to the so wallpaper screen, and I'm gonna copy this back icon container code. Okay. And after that, I'm gonna close all the things, and I'm gonna just paste that. Okay. Now after that, you can see that let's import the stretchable opacity from the React Native, and we're gonna create one function called handle backtrace. So const handle backtrace, where what we're gonna do, we're gonna call navigation. Okay. So which the aim of this function is basically which navigate from to back component basically. And after that we have to also import the ino icons, because we are using ino icons. So we have to import ino icons from React Native vector icons slash ino icons. Okay. Now after that, you can see that if we click on this, we are able to see a back icon. Okay. Now we have to also change the background color of collection details screen to the normal background. So let's add that as well. So we're gonna have a styles dot container. Okay. Now after that, I'm gonna make right now container as a flex one for now, not for sure. Whenever we use flat list, we don't have to pass as a flex as a one. Okay. And we're gonna have a background color as well. So the background color which I'm gonna use, that is we can copy paste from the home screen again, and this is the background color. Okay. Now you can see that become looks good. And we're gonna have a back icon container, so we can use back icon container styling code from the show wallpaper screen. And let's go to this, and I have to just copy this code, and we have to just add it here. So what is happening in the back icon container, we are giving defining the height and the width, define the background color, border radius, and the margin, and justify content as a center, align item center, so the icon become the center of the view. Okay. Now after that, if you see that we are having a one text called beach, so let's add a one text as well. So I'm gonna have a one view inside it. Okay. And inside that, I'm gonna have a text called whatever the text it gonna be. So I'm gonna name as a item dot name. Okay. And I'm gonna do styling as well. So style will be styles dot header. Okay. And let's make the let's style the header as well. So I'm gonna style as a header, and font size gonna be 20, color gonna be white, color gonna be white. Okay. And now you can see that the iPhone wallpapers right now, and let's add some padding as well. So I'm gonna give some padding to this content container. So instead of having a if you see that we are giving a margin of 20. Okay. So let's get rid of this margin of 20, and I'm gonna give some padding of 20 to this container. Okay. Now after that, the header needs some margin from the top, margin vertical. So let's add a margin vertical of 10 as well. And after that, we have to increase the font size. The font size is gonna be 22, and the font weight gonna be 600. Okay. Now we can see the iPhone wallpaper. Now there's a one text called subtext, unlimited listed wallpaper from beach collection. So let's add a subtext as well. So subheader, basically we can name as a subheader. Okay. And it's called unlimited listed wallpapers. Let's add like unlimited wallpapers, unlimited listed wallpapers from this collection, whatever the collection name. Okay. And let's add a subheader as well. So after the header, we're gonna have a subheader. Okay. and the color gonna be white. Okay, and the font size which I want is almost 18 pixel. Okay, now I think it's looking well, not too well, it's become let's make it 15. Okay, now it's looking perfect. Okay, and after that we're gonna add some color as well. The color gonna be hashtag cccc. Let's add a ads of cc, some more lighter than the white color. Now it's looking too much well. Okay, now after that we have to do like this, we're gonna have a render some data. Okay, so first of all what we have to do, we have to import the data. So let's import the data as well. So I'm gonna import the data quickly. So import data uh, from data slash images.json. Okay, and after that let's use the data. Okay, and I'm gonna scroll down. Okay, after this view I'm gonna have a flat list. Okay, and inside that I'm gonna pass the data as a data, and another parameter called render item, where I have to pass the render item code. So let's get the item and the index, item index. Okay, and I'm gonna call the function called image card, where we have to pass item and the index as well. So I'm gonna pass the index as well. Okay, now after that if we click on this, we are able to see the all the images, but you can see that it is only one row has a one column, so we have to add a number of columns as a 2. Okay, now it's become number of columns 2, and let me reload it again. Now let's click on this category result screen. Now let's close the app because the app get hanged. So we have to open wall hub, not wall wipes. This is the app which we have working, wall hub. And now if we click on this second icon, collection screen, and if we click on iPhone wallpaper, so we are getting this all the image card data. Okay, so and add some content container style as well. So it's gonna be padding bottom of 500 or 200, whatever we want. So I'm gonna add a padding of bottom of 200. Now you can see that the next screen is that whenever we click on any image, it should open up category details screen. But the catch is that if we click on collection, and if we click on cherry blossom, and if we click on any so wallpaper screen, so what is happening, it opened that, but it's highlighting the home screen. Okay, so we will see that how to figure out this and how to fix that. But yeah, we have seen that how to create this collection screen along with the collection details screen. So if you summarize this is what we had done, first of all in the app.jsx we had created a stack called collection stack. Inside the collection stack, what we had done, we are having a two screen called collection screen and the collection details screen. In the collection screen, what we had done, inside the category card component, we are navigating from one screen to the next, one screen to the collection details screen. Okay, now after that we created one screen called collection details screen, where we are just reading the data whatever we are getting from the props as item, and we are just reading that all the data using the image card component which we already created, and we using the flat list the data which we are using the previously, the same data we are using here also. So yeah, in the last video we have designed the category details screen. Like when we click on any category, let's suppose if I click on iPhone wallpaper, so it will open a category details screen where we are showing the name, the title of the category, and we are also showing the unlimited listed wallpaper from the title of category collection. Okay, and we are having some images which is static right now. We will add API later. Okay, now if I click on go back, so we have not added this functionality to the go back. Okay, so let's add that functionality as well. So we are inside the collection details screen, as you can see that. Now what we have to do, we have to add a functionality of go back. So let's add that functionality. To add that functionality, we have this is the touchable opacity, and inside that we are just rendering a one back icon. And currently when we click on back icon, we are calling this function called handle back trace. Here what we have to do, here we have to write a logic to navigate from one screen to the back screen. So for that, what we have to use navigation of. So I'm gonna type const navigation is equal to use navigation. Okay, and after that, to go back to the from one screen to another screen, we have method called navigation dot go back. Okay, it will help us to you move the user from to the back component. Okay, now if I click on cherry blossom, so it will open this cherry blossom, and you can see that this is dynamic clicking. Okay, now if you click on any image card, so what is happening right now, you can see that if I click on go back, so it went to the home screen component. You can see that the home screen I highlighted. Okay, so this is a bug like which we have to fix it out. So how we can fix it up, so basically if you click on iPhone wallpapers and if we click on this data screen, it should go back to the this screen, iPhone wallpapers screen, but currently what is happening, it went to the home screen. Okay, so if we see the my stack navigation, so inside that we have like in the app.js, instead of rendering a collection screen, we are rendering a collection stack. Inside that stack we are having a collection screen component, and we are having a collection detail screen as well. And now what we have to do, we have to add a one more screen, that is called uh, so wallpaper screen. So we have to just copy this name so wallpaper screen here as well, and here we have to write so wallpaper screen. Okay, and if I reload this, okay, and after that let's click on category screen. If I click on iPhone wallpapers and if I click on show screen and if I click on go back, so as you can see that is working as expected. So currently it is navigating back to the collection details screen. Okay, and if you add, basically what is happening, it will make a nested navigation, and that is the one of the most important thing in which you guys should also know. So initially what was happening now, whenever we click on of go back screen, it was taking back to the this navigation, like in the home stack, and it was rendering this component. But currently we had added a function, like added a one name one screen called so wallpaper screen, and we are rendering still that component. So what is happening, it is navigating to the is children component. Okay, so this is the thing, okay, which we were missing. Now if I click on any image, it will open the category image, and if you click on go back, it went to the that back screen, and if you click on again go back, we went to the collection screen. Okay, so what we had done till yet, we have seen that how to design the collection screen. We have also designed the collection details screen. Okay, now after that what we had left, if you take a look to thoroughly, so we have to work on the search functionality as well. Okay, so if you take a look of Figma, so how the search Figma is looking. So let me open the Figma, and it's loading. And after that, if you see that our search screen is gonna looking like this. Okay, there we have a search text, and after that we have a some bottom search value like search text, and we have a one cross icon, as you can see that. And currently the image is loading. Okay, and after that we are having some image card, and we have also a text input field as well. Okay, so let's do that. Let's design this as well. So again, we have to add a one component like here stack.screen. Inside the app.js, what we have to do, we have to create as you can see, we have already a search screen component, and we are rendering the home screen. So instead of rendering home screen, we are going to create one other screen called search screen. So let me create a search screen component, search screen.js. Okay, and I'm going to type RNFES React Native functional export default export style sheet component. Okay, after that let's go to the app.js, and I'm going to import this search screen component right now. Okay, now after, as you can see that I imported the search screen from this /source screen search screen, and if I click on search screen, as you can see that this is the screen is visible. Okay, now after that what we have to do, we have to go inside the search screen. Okay, Now if you see on the Figma, what we have done, what we have to do, we have to write like make this styling like this: search and some subtext, and we are having a one close button as well. Okay, so let's add it quickly. So to add this, we're gonna have a and change the background color as well. So I'm gonna make it like styles dot container. Okay, and after that let's copy the container. I'm gonna make it flex is a 1. Okay, and let's add a background color as well. We can copy the background color here from the home screen because we've already added that. And after that, what we have to do, after that we have to uh, add a one text called search. So let's add that as well, and we're gonna have some padding as well, like padding horizontal gonna be 20 for now. Okay, now after that let's add a one container, and it's gonna be styles dot style is equal to styles dot header container where we gonna have a two view. Inside the first view we gonna have a text called search. Let's add a text as a search. Okay, and another text will be that is called searching through 100 of photos, searching through 100 of photos will be so much easier now, will be so much easier now. Okay, and I'm gonna add this called styles dot header. Okay, and I'm gonna add this as well: style is equal to styles dot subheader. Okay, and let me copy this header and subheader. After that let's add a subheader, header first, and I'm gonna make the color as a white, and the font size is gonna be almost 30. I think 30 will looks better. Yeah, and I'm gonna make a font weight as a 700, font weight of 700. And after that let's add a subheader as well, subheader. Again the color gonna be same as a white, and the font size gonna be half of the header, so I'm gonna make it 20 almost. Okay, I think let's make this font size is 25 because it's looking too much bold, and it's make 600 looks well. Okay, and font size 20 is like not looking so well, I think. So let me it much more. Let's add a font weight of lesser than. So I'm gonna make a font weight as a 400, and let me reload it again. So after that, if we went to the search screen, it is looking well, and let's decrease the font size as a 15 for now. Yeah, looks better, and you can see that we have to add some margin as well. So I'm gonna add a padding vertical or margin, whatever you want to give. I'm gonna give some padding vertical as a 20 as well. Now it looks better. Now inside this header container, inside the header container, let's add a header container, and we're gonna have a inside the header container, the first view gonna be style is equal to styles dot text container. Okay, or content container, whatever you can make it. And we're gonna have another view, there we're gonna have a style is equal to styles dot icon container. Okay, and inside the icon container we're gonna show this, render this icon, cross icon. Okay, so I'm gonna create one view for now, and it's gonna be a style is equal to styles dot icon button, something like that. And for this cross icon, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna use some icon from the React Native vector icon directory. I went to there, and let me search cross icon. Okay, so let's search cross. So I just search cross, and we are getting some icons, and end typo doesn't look well for me. Let me see which icon name is it we are using. So basically I search and find out like that icon is called close icon, and we are going to use this able's icon close. So I'm gonna use this able's icon, so we have to use like this import able's icons. So let me copy this again, able's icon. Okay, and from react native vector icons slash able's. Okay, now after that inside the icon button we have to do like this, able's icon name gonna be what the name is it icon. So let me add the name. So name is close. Okay, and the color which I'm gonna give is called white. Okay, and the size gonna be almost 25. Size gonna be 25. Okay, I think size gonna be 25. No, let's make it 30. I think 30 looks much more better. Okay, now if we see that inside the header container we have to make this in a one row, the content and this icon. Okay, before that let's make this icon button stylish. Like to make the icon button style, like we can have a background color. So let's copy the background color. What is it background color? To get the background color I'm gonna design a one view, and let's get this background color. The background color is this code. Let me add it. Okay, now as you can see that it is visible background color looking like this. Okay, and which I don't prefer it. Like let's add this styling, copy this styling. Okay, and I'm gonna add this icon container. Okay, still it's taking the whole width. Let me do undo for now. So what I'm gonna do right now, first of all let's style this header container. So if you see that inside the header container we have two things, the text container and the icon container, and we want this in a one row instead of having it in two row. So for that let's go to the header container. I'm gonna make display flex direction as a row, because by default they have already display flex, so we don't have to write again display flex. Okay, and I'm gonna write justify content as a center, so it went to the center as a vertically, and I'm gonna write align item center to make it item center as a horizontal vertically as well. Okay, now what I'm gonna do for this the text container, I just copy the text container and I'm gonna make like the width will be almost 80%. So let's add the width as a 80%, and let's see. Okay, now when I add a width as 80%, this is looking like this, which I don't prefer it. So let me remove this. Now what I'm gonna do, let me add a padding horizontal gonna be 40. No, it should be 20. Okay. So what I'm going to do basically, so I'm gonna do like this. So let's add the cross icon container some width. Okay, for that what I'm gonna do, let's see. So first of all this header container I'm gonna define as a justify content as a space between instead of having a just center. So space between will looks much more better. Okay, and for that for this icon container let's add some height and width as well. So I'm going to define as a height as a 40, width as a 40 as well. Okay, and the border radius of some border radius as well. So border radius of 15. Okay, and let's make inside the justify content center. Okay, justify content center and align item center, to make the icon the center in the viewport. Okay, now you can see that the icon is in the center, but still you can see that the padding horizontal doesn't look well. So what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna like write width as a 20%. Okay, so it doesn't look well, so let's do something. Let's remove this from here and let's go to the text container. I'm gonna make it width as a 70% for now. Okay, so this looking well, so I'm gonna make it width as a 80% instead of having a 70%. Yeah, looks better. Okay, so what we had done, let me summarize this quickly. So I think this become complex, but yeah, let me summarize this. So first, what we had done, we are having a container. Inside that we had designed a header container. There we are rendering some text container content. Okay, and after that we are having icon container. We are having a icon button, and inside that we are having rendering the able icons, or basically icon. Okay, so what we had done first of all, so the container we had defined a flex as a 1. Okay, and we have given the padding horizontal and the vertical of 20. And for the header container we have defined the flex direction as a row. Justify content space between to make this contain in a space between, and align at the center to make the items vertically center. Okay, and we have defined the text container as a width of 80%, so it is taking only 80% of the total width, and rest of the width goes to the this item, this cross icon. After that we have defined the header color, subheader color, and for the icon button we have defined the background color, height, width, border radius, and justify content center and align at the center to make the icon in the center of this uh, this border. Okay, I think this looks well. Now instead of having a just normal view, let's add a for the icon button we're gonna use touchable opacity. So I have to import touchable opacity from the React Native. Okay, now after that let's go to the search icon again. Okay, and this is looking well. Okay, now we have to add this input field as well. Okay, so let's add an input field along with the search icon. Okay, so let's add that as well. So I'm gonna remove this text we had done so far this, and after that we're gonna have a input container along with icon. Okay, so for that we're gonna have a one view. Okay, and inside that we're gonna have a another view, and I think one view looks okay. So let's add a view as a style is equal to styles dot input container. Okay, input container. Inside that input container, let's add some property quickly. Mm, so for that, I'm gonna add some input container as a width of. Let's add some height, width, and border. So I'm gonna add a height of 40. Okay, and the border width gonna be 1 for now, and the border color gonna be white for now. Okay, so if you see that this is the text input we are able to get it. Okay, and let's give some margin as well. So margin vertical gonna be almost 20. Yeah, looks better. And let's see how we can design it. The first color which I want, this color. Okay, so let's get this color quickly. To get this color, let's click on this icon. So we'll get this color. Okay, and I'm gonna define this border. The color will be this color. Okay, and after that the border width gonna be 2 instead of having a 1. Okay, and if we take a more closer, so we have some border radius and the height is more, not just it's gonna be 50. Yeah, and we're gonna have some border radius of 10. Okay, and this looks well. Okay, and after that we are having a one search icon. So let's add a search icon as well. To add a search icon inside the input container, what we have to do like this. And I think we can get rid of this view, extra view, it doesn't any use. And inside this input container we have to add a one search icon. So first of all, you can see that the search icon on the right side. So let's get the search icon. So for search, I think I prefer again and design search one icon. So let me copy this, or any other icon which I prefer. Mm, like this. I want this icon, so it should look, I think Abel's icon looks okay. Let's use this search icon, I think, and design search icon. So for that, let's import the and design from React Native vectors icons and slash and design. After that, let me copy the and design name, and we're gonna have and design. I'm gonna define a name. The name will be this one, search one. So let me copy the name, search one, and the color is gonna be for now white, but I think this color will looks much more better. But let's add white for now. Color will be white for now, and the size is almost gonna be 30 as well. Okay, the size is 30 for now. Okay, now we're gonna have a one text input as well, so I'm gonna add a text input, and style is equal to styles dot text input. Okay, and let's add it. Now if we say take a look at input container, the icon is not in the center, and let's add the icon in the center of the width. Okay, for that what I have to do like this: align items center. Okay, to get the item in the center. Okay, and we're gonna have a there's one more thing. I'm gonna make a flex direction as a row. Okay, and now it looks much more better, and we're gonna have some padding horizontal of 10 as well. Okay, looks better. Now after that, we are having a text input. Let me copy the text input. Okay, and we're gonna make it flex as a 1, so it will take the rest whole in the height of the flex input. So if you click on text input, as you can see that is looking like this. And let's add a color as well. The color gonna be white. Okay, now if I type something, you can see that the content as well. Now I think the icon color will be looking like this, so let me update the color. So let's get the icon color. So this is the sorry, so this is the icon color which I want. So I have updated the icon color as well. The size looks much more greater, though. Let me make it 25. Okay, and for the text input, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna add some margin left of 10 for now. Okay, looks better, I think looks better. And we can have some placeholder text as well. So we can have a placeholder. Okay, the placeholder gonna be search here. Okay, and let me reload this. So you can see that we have added a placeholder, but it's not visible. So let's add a placeholder color as well. Placeholder text color gonna be again this color which I just copy. Okay, and let's see. You can see this looks well, awesome. Now after that, we have seen that how to design the search input. Now we have to show this, render this item. Okay, so what we can do for this, we're gonna use a flat list along with some data. Okay, for sure. For that, let's create another component. Before that, let me explain what I had done. So I created one view, and the style name is called input container. Okay, and inside this input container, what I had done, I defined the height. The height is 50. I define the border width as a 2 and the border color. I define I given the margin vertically. So the margin vertically 20 from the top and the 20 from the bottom, and given the border radius of 10, align item center to make the item in the center, and the flex direction as a row and padding horizontal as a 10. Okay, so that's why you can see there's some padding on this left side of the search icon. Okay, after that, inside this input container, I created two item. The first item called and design search icon, where I define the color, and we are having a text input, and the text input I define the flex as 1, so it will take the rest of the height and the width, and define the color as a white and the margin left as a 10. Okay, so this is how we design search input along with the search icon. Okay, now after that, we're gonna render some render some data. Okay, for that, what we have to do, we have to again write flat list. Okay, the first parameter is called data. So let's import the data as well. So we can have a import the data like this: import data from data, and we're gonna have a images.json. Okay, and I'm gonna pass it data as well here, and we're gonna have a render item. Here we get the item and the index. Okay, and my bad. And after that we're gonna return a component called image card. Okay, and we have to pass this props as well. Item is equal to item, and we're gonna also pass the index, but index doesn't require, you can up to you, because we are not using index anyway. So let me add index as well. Okay, now if we go to search icon, you can see this item we are able to see. Okay, now after that we can see the the item input in a one row is a one column. Now we have to add one property more, that is called number of columns as a 2. Okay, now if we have to reload this app again, and let's go to the search icon. It's not opening. Let me close the app quickly, and again open the app, and let's go to the search icon. Now you can see this is looking well as expected. Perfect. Now we have to also give, we can get rid of this flex as a 1, because it doesn't require anymore, because we are using flat list. And there's one more thing: if you scroll down, you can see that the bottom item is not showing on the UI port. So we have called content style, where we have to give padding bottom of 200, so that will give the padding bottom of 200. So now it's coming on the UI. We can have also more as a 400. Perfect. So this is how we design the basically search input, search container, search screen. Okay, now as you can see that what we have to do, like when we click on this search screen, so it is coming on the home screen, like it's highlighting the home screen, right? So basically what is happening, whenever we click on image card, it is opening the wallpaper screen of the this my stack navigation of the home stack. Okay, of the home stack using the wallpaper screen. But what I want that it should be nested on the search screen. So for that what we have to do, so let me close all the components. So for that, in the app.js currently we are having a search only showing the search screen. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create one search stack, where we are first screen will be search screen, and another screen will be called a wallpaper screen. So it will become nested screen, and that become easier for us, and that's how we handle the nested navigation. Okay, so let's do that. Like as you can see that when we click on when we click on any image, and when we click on back, so it coming back to the home screen, but it should come to the this search screen. Okay, so let's create a search stack. So I went to the my stack navigation. Okay, and I'm gonna create another stack by just let me copy paste again. Okay, export default function again, and we're gonna name as a instead of having a collection stack, we gonna make it search stack. Okay, and address one is a false. Okay, and the first screen which I'm gonna show right now, that is called search screen. So I have to add a search screen, and let's name it the search screen. Perfect. And we're gonna have another screen that is called wallpaper screen. We are already having a wallpaper screen as well. Okay, now we are importing a search stack. So we have to import, and we have to write it import that search stack. Okay, and the name gonna be, instead of having search screen, we're gonna name as a search stack. Okay, and now let's reload the app. Now let me close the app again, open that. Okay, and let me reload this. Now as you can see that if I click on any wallpaper screen, and if we click on back, so it's still coming to the search screen, and this is just because of possible with the search stack. So let me summarize this what we had done right now. So in the app.js previously we are just having a search screen, and we are passing a search screen, and whenever we click on any image, so it was opening a search wallpaper screen. But When we click on go back, so it went to the home screen. It was not coming back to the search screen. To handle this problem statement, what we had done, we had made the nested navigation. So what we had done, we had created the search stack where we are passing this where we having a search screen and along with the so wallpaper screen. So whenever user click on search screen, okay, from the search screen to the so wallpaper screen, and when you click on back, so it becomes one stack, and that solved the problem. Perfect. So what we had done in this video, we had done these things. We have designed the search screen. In the next video, what we're gonna do, we're gonna design the like screen. This screen you can see. uh, Perfect. All right, thanks. In the last video, we have worked on a search screen functionality. So what we had done, we had created a search stack where, like, where user can click on any image, so it will open a so wallpaper screen, and when user click on back, so it went to the back screen as well. So as you can see that, if we just try to summarize the code in the last session, what we had done, so we had created one search stack, and we are passing a search stack component, and inside the search stack, what we had done, the first screen is called search screen, which we are rendering right now, and after that the another screen is called so wallpaper screen. So whenever we click on any wallpaper, so it will open a so wallpaper screen. Okay, now after that, if we summarize this app thoroughly, so we have a home screen where we click on so wallpaper screen, and after that we have a category screen, and when we click on any category, it will open a category details screen. We have a so wall search screen, and we can click on here as well. Now in this video, we are targeting to work on this like functionality screen. So if I show you, so this is the screen which I'm gonna work on it. Like, we have on the top a back icon, and after that we have a favorites, and we are showing some images. So let's work on this. So first of all, I'm gonna create one screen called like screen. So before that, if you go to the app.js, so we have created one tab as a like screen, and we are rendering this auto icon here as well. Now let's create a one screen called like screen dot jsx. Okay, and I'm gonna type r and fes to create a React Native functional export styleset component. Okay, now let's go to the app.jsx. Okay, and I'm gonna import the like screen component. Okay, now let's go to the like screen component again, and if you see that, we are just rendering this like screen. We are not rendering anything else. So first of all, I'm gonna change this background color. Style is equal to styles dot container, and I'm gonna give some background color. Flex is a 1. Okay, and the background color, I'm gonna give this background color. So let me copy the color from the home screen, as I usually copy screen color. So hash and the background color. Now you can see that background color is able to we added the background color. Now the first icon which we gonna show, that is this icon. Okay, the back icon. So let's add the back icon. Before that, we have also give some padding horizontal of 20 by default, because we are giving that. Now we're gonna have a one view, not view, we're gonna have a touchable opacity. Inside that, we're gonna have a icon that is called back. So let me search back icon. Yeah, this chevron back, I know icons back. So I'm gonna again copy the name, and I'm gonna write import I know icons from react native vector icons slash I know icons, and I'm gonna define the I know icons name. I know icons name will be whatever we had copied right now, chevron back. Okay, and the color is going to be white. Color is white. Okay, let's add a color as a white, and the size which I want, that is called 30 or 25 will be looks okay. 30 will looks well, and I'm gonna make it styles dot back icon container. Okay, And after that, let's add some styling back icon container. Background color will be, let's add a background color. So the background color, if we take a background color, so we can just click on this, we can get the background color as well. So this is the background color. Okay, and I'm gonna define some height and width of this. The height gonna be almost 40, and the width as well 40. Okay, and justify content will be gonna be center, justify content center, and the align item center, align item center. Okay, and we are also gonna give some border radius of 5. I think 5 will look cool. Not 5, let's make it 10. Okay, I think it's looking well. And we're gonna give some some margin vertical as well. So I'm gonna give margin vertical of 10 as well. Okay, let's give some padding vertical instead of margin, padding vertical of 10. Okay, I think looks better. We can give some more border radius, so I'm gonna make it 15. Yeah, looks better. And we're gonna have a favorite text as a header text. So we're gonna have a view, another view, and inside this the first text is gonna be favorites. So let's write a favor rates, and we're gonna make it style is equal to styles dot header, header, and we're gonna have a called subheader as well, subheader. And you have marked all of this as favorite, so let's add that as well. You have marked marks all of these as favorite, or all of these as favor favorites. Okay, and let's add a styling for this header and subheader. So we're gonna have a header. The back color will be white. First of all, the color will be white, and the font size which I want is gonna be 30. Okay, and after that, the font weight I can give almost 700 if I want to give. Okay, let's make it 600. Okay, and let's give some margin. Okay, before that, this icon container we're gonna give some margin vertical of 10 as well here also, and we can get rid of this padding vertical 10. Okay, and we had given the favorites, and another thing is called subheader. We're gonna again color, give the same color, and the font size is looking well, so I don't think we have to do any changes for that. Okay, and after that we're gonna render some images. Okay, so let's render some images. So after this view, I'm gonna again import the flat list. Here currently we are just showing a static data, but it will be only that data which is coming from the async storage, or which we had liked, or which the user has liked the data. So let's import the data quickly. So I'm gonna import data from data slash images.json. Okay, and I'm gonna make it like this. Data is gonna be data. Okay, and the second parameter is called render item, where we get the item and the index as a parameter, and we're gonna return a component called image card, and the first parameter is called item. I'm passing the item, and the second parameter is called index. Okay, now if I click on this like screen, so you can see that we are getting some data, and we can also define the number of columns, columns as a number of columns as a 2. Okay, now I have to just reload it again whenever we write a number of columns. Now let's go to this like a screen. Okay, let me close the app because the emulator get hanged. Now after that, let me click on this like a screen. we can see that we are getting all the images. Perfect. Now we can get rid of this flagsism one. Okay, perfect. Now let's add some bottom bottom padding as well. So we're gonna have a content container style. Okay, and inside that what I'm gonna do, padding bottom is a 300. Okay, now if I make it 300 and if I scroll down, let me make it 500. Now after that, having a 500, and let me scroll down again, click on. Now we are able to scroll till this point. Okay, now this one thing which we are whenever we are clicking on this image component, it's again highlighting this home screen, but it should be highlighting the like screen. And when we click on go back, it should coming on the home screen, but it should come to the favorite screen. So how we can fix this problem again? To fix that problem again, we have to do the nested stack navigation. So let's create a one navigation same as a search stack. So I'm gonna just copy paste again this line of code. Okay, and instead of having a search stack, we're gonna name as a like stack or favorite stack. So I'm gonna name as a like stack. Okay, and after that, so as you can see that we are having the first component called like screen. So let me copy this component here, like screen, and the name again will be gonna be like screen. Okay, and instead of having a rendering this like stack, we're gonna render the like stack. And again here we are rendering the like screen, we're gonna have a like stack. Okay, and we have to reload this app, and let me close the app, again open the app. Now if we click on this like screen, so we went to the like screen, and if we click on open screen, it's still highlighting the like screen. And this is possible because of we had created a like stack. Okay, and when we click on back screen, so as you can see that it's navigating back to the favorite screen. Perfect. So we have designed this favorite screen component as well. And we will we will do what we do now. For this favorite, we're gonna have a async storage to like the item, and we will store that item in the async storage, and we will fetch the data from async storage, and we will render that data. Okay, so in this video what we had done, we have done the design the like screen, we have worked on nested like stack navigation, and after that we have to work on some functionality called like functionality, download functionality. We will work on this in the next video. And let's test the whole app again. So we have showing some images, and when we click on this, it will open to the show wallpaper screen, and when we click on go back, it went to the back. Same for category, we can click on this, we can again click on this, we can go back. For search, same. For the like screen, same. So we have designed the all the screens. Now we have to work on the functionality part, that is called like and download functionality. Once that is done, we have to also work on a backend setup, and after that we will create a admin panel setup as well. So yeah, see you guys in the next video. Thank you, bye. In the last video we have worked on this like screen, where you can see the list of all the like images, and when we click on any image, it will open the wallpaper screen or wallpaper digital screen. Okay, but you see there is a lot of changes in the images. Okay, so what we had done right now, so inside the image.json, we are having some image value, and we are just repeating like we are having a same image. So what I had done, I update some images. Okay, and you guys can also use different images. So I just update on some new images, so it looks like a real wallpaper app. And after that I also add a one key called id 123. Okay, and there's one more thing which I has done the change, that is called inside the icon and container, we are having a position absolute. So I changed the value of bottom and the right, so it's now currently it's looking well. Before that it was in the two bottom, which I was not liking it. Okay, so you can see that we are having this back icon, but when we click on this back icon, nothing is happening. So what we gonna do, like whenever user click on this back icon, we will navigate the user to the home screen. Okay, so first of all let's add that functionality quickly. So let's go to the like screen. Okay, so inside the like screen we are having this function called handle navigate. Okay, and let me copy this handle navigate. Okay, and So we're gonna do like this stuff as well. So I'm gonna go inside the like screen component, okay, and I'm gonna paste this code as well, handle navigate, and we have to write const navigation is equal to use navigation, okay, and we are calling the navigation.navigate to the not wallpaper screen, but it's gonna be on home screen, okay. So we are navigating to the home screen, and after that we have to add this functionality as well. So I'm gonna add on press event here and handle navigate, okay. Now if you click on go back, nothing is happening because item doesn't exist. So we can get rid of this extra parameter which I had written, and now if I click on back, so you can see that it's getting back to the home screen. Perfect. So now what we are targeting in this video basically, so we are targeting this work on the like functionality, okay. To work the basic functionality, like how does like functionality gonna be look like, we have to store that image in the app storage or async storage, okay. So if you guys know, if you guys are from web development, we have a local storage. The same way we have a async storage to store the item in a persistent manner. So even if we reload the app, it will persist that value, okay. Now what am I gonna do, I'm gonna install the React Native async storage. So I just search npm I React Native async storage. I get to this screen, I get to this page and click on that. After that I get this page. So I'm gonna just install the React Native async storage, okay. So I'm gonna stop my server and paste this command, npm I React Native async storage, okay. And after that let's start the server again, or let's start the emulator again, okay. And let me type a as well. So it started downloading, installing the app. Now what we have to do, we have to add a like whenever user click on heart icon, it's to add it to the like screen. So how we can add it, so let's go to the image card component, and we are having this icon as well. Like where's that icon, we go to the image card, and inside the image card we are having a heart icon, and I'm gonna create one function called handle like wallpaper, okay. And there we are going to get image as well in the parameter, and let's console that image as well, like what we are getting right now. So I'm gonna call this function here on this here like this, handle like wallpaper, and I'm gonna just pass the item as we are getting the item from the top like this, okay. Now we are consoling the item as well on the handle like wallpaper function. Now if I click on like functionality like button, so we are getting the image ID as a 1, and we are getting the image as well. Perfect. Now what we gonna supposed to do basically, so first of all we gonna check that this item already exists or not, this item exists or not, okay. If doesn't exist, if does not exist, then we gonna add that item, we gonna add the item inside the async storage, add item inside the async storage. Perfect. And after that navigate to the like screen, or like show or alert something, and navigate to the login screen. So let's do that. So first of all, what am I gonna do, I'm gonna write this const liked wallpapers, and I'm gonna use await async storage dot get item, okay. And I'm gonna make it called images, I'm gonna make a key called images, okay. And whenever you use await, we have to make the parent as a async, so we have to write async as well, okay. Now after that, instead of having a const, I'm gonna use let, and liked wallpaper is equal to liked wallpapers if there is a liked wallpapers, okay. So I'm gonna do what I'm gonna pass that value json.pass like wallpapers, otherwise it's gonna be an empty array. Perfect. Now after that we're gonna check that item exists or not, okay. So we have to check. So how we can check that, we have functionality like let is exist, okay. So I'm gonna do liked wallpapers dot find index method, okay. And we're gonna get the item, not item, let's click image, and we're gonna have called image.id. okay, if image.id is equal to already exist item.id. okay, so we are checking that like does liked image id is already exist in the async storage or not. okay, so we are checking that using the find index method. so if that exists, so it will return an index of that element like 0 1 2 3. if doesn't exist, so it's gonna return -1. okay, so what am I gonna do if is exist value is less than 0 means item doesn't exist. okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make a liked wallpapers is equal to, I'm gonna split the existing items as well, or let's do like this. I'm gonna add item, and after that I'm gonna split the like wallpapers. okay, and after that I'm gonna convert into stringify this item as well. okay, and we gonna store that item in the local storage or in the async storage. so what we have to do, type async storage dot set item, and the key gonna be images and json dot stringify. okay, and we have to write like wallpapers. perfect. so what we are doing here, first of all we are getting that setting the item of images, and we are stringifying this value as well, the like wallpapers. perfect. now after that if it's stringify, what we supposed to do, we have to show alert alert dot alert. okay, and I'm gonna show the message called added to favorites. okay, and the second message called your wallpaper has been successfully added to your favorite. okay, added to your favorites. perfect. now after that we gonna show a two button as well. the first button, user doesn't want to interest having to see the wallpaper. so what I'm gonna do quickly, so I'm gonna create one button called dismiss, so which will just close the dialog, and I'm gonna make the style as a cancel. perfect. and the second button which we gonna have called text of called view favorites. view favorites. okay, and whenever user click on that, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna navigate the user inside the favorite screen. so I'm gonna write like navigation dot navigate my bad, again I'm doing a lot of typos, and we're gonna navigate the user to the favorite details screen. so let's copy the name as well. so what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna navigate to the like stack. perfect. Now if you summarize the code, what we are doing here, first we are calling this function on this hot icon inside the image card component. so we are inside the image card component. inside this hot icon we having a touchable opacity. inside that we are calling a function called handle like wallpaper, and this function we are getting the image like whatever the image user is clicking for the like. okay, and what we are doing here, first of all we are getting the item from the async storage, name as a key. okay, images I just name as a key, so we are storing all the values inside a images key. okay, and after that I'm checking that if like wallpapers is there, so just pass that like wallpapers, otherwise assign a value of empty array. okay, after that I'm checking that is this item the item which I want to like that is already exists. so if so using the find index method, so what we are doing I'm checking that item.id image.id is equal to item.id. it will return greater than 0 if exists, otherwise it will return greater than 0 or 0. perfect. now after that what we are doing here, so we are just creating another array if item doesn't exist, and we are just pushing that item inside the new array. okay, after that we are just stringify the item and setting on this async storage, and after that we are showing alert like added to favorites, your wallpaper has been successfully added to your favorites. now let's check it out. if I click on hot icon, Now you can see that we are getting that your wallpaper has been successfully added to favorites. Your wallpaper has been successfully added to your favorites. We are having a dismiss button, and if we click on dismiss, so it will close this, and if we again click on this, and if we click on view favorites, so it will navigate to the favorite screen. Okay, now the next job is that we have to get the item from the async storage and render the item here. Okay, so how we can do it? Let's go to the like screen. Okay, and we have to read the item from the async storage, right? So what I'm gonna do right now, I'm gonna create one variable called const wallpapers and set wallpapers, and we're gonna have an initial value is empty array, use state empty array. Perfect. And after that we're gonna call a use effect. So whenever the component get rendered, so it will call this function. Okay, and we are calling function called get wallpapers from async storage. So we are calling this function. So let me create a function called get wallpapers from async storage. Okay, and it's gonna be again async function because we are gonna deal with the async storage. So I'm gonna name as let images is equal to await async storage dot get item. Okay, and we're gonna pass the key which we had passed to the image card, which we have passed this key as well, images. Okay, now after that let's go to the again like screen. We have to get the item like this. After that we have to do like this: if images exist, okay, then assign the images by passing that image json dot pass, my bad again, json dot pass, okay, the images, otherwise assign an empty array. Perfect. After that what we supposed to do, we have to set the wallpapers, these images. Okay, now after that, instead of rendering this normal wallpapers like the data, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna pass this wallpapers object, wallpaper array. Okay, now you can see that we are able to see the different kind of UI here. Okay, so we are having, like, let's suppose if we add one more image, let's go to the home screen. Now I'm gonna like this image. Okay, and if you click on view favorites, so you can see that the item is liked, but we are not able to see that item. Okay, so what we have to do, whenever user navigate to this page, we have to reload this page. Now if I reload this screen, okay, so you can see that we are getting these items, we are getting 3 items, but initially we are only getting the 2 items. Okay, so what we have to do, we have a one hook inside the like screen. What we have to do, we have a one hook called is focus. So what am I gonna do? I'm gonna create another component like screen. Okay, and the job is gonna be like this: const is focused using the use focused hook. Okay, use is focused hook, and if its focus is true, then what so instead of having a like screen, I'm gonna name as a like component. Okay, if is true, if is focus is true, then I'm gonna render this like component. Okay, otherwise what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna render this null on the UI. Okay, and let's fix the name as well. So liked screen is gonna be like screen, and we're gonna have a like component. Perfect. Now if I add one more item, let's suppose I'm gonna add this item, and if you click on this, nothing is happening. Let me reload this again, and now let's click on like screen. Let's click on this as well. So why this is not working? Let me clarify this. Okay, because this item already exists inside that's why it was not working, like it was not showing anything. Now let's go on the view favorites, and now we are able to see that 4 items without reloading. Perfect. So this is how we work on this like functionality. Okay, now there's another thing which we can do. We can add one more functionality to delete the icon from the async storage. So that's a homework, guys. That's for you. You can do it. Okay, now after that there's one more thing which I just want to add right now, that is called basically let me add this this like functionality as well on the show wallpaper screen. So how we can add it? So we have to go on the show wallpaper screen. Okay, and just copy this code which we had it to the image card. So we went to the image card component. Okay, and we have to copy this code, handle like screen, handle like wallpaper, and we have to go on the show wallpaper screen. Okay, and let me paste that code as well. And what we're gonna do, first we have to import the async storage, and after that we have to find the index from the item, and we are checking that if item doesn't exist, then we have to run a loop. Okay, and after that we have to checking that all the stuff, and we are having a navigation as already here. Okay, now let's scroll down. On the touchable option we are having one icon, and we have to do like this item, we have to just pass the item. Again, if I click on like, nothing is happening because all the image is added into the like functionality. Okay, now if I click on this, so you can see that we are having a 5 item already. Okay, so this is how we can add a like functionality, and the homework is that you guys have to work on this basically what you can call the thing is that remove the item from the local storage, or remove the item from the favorites. Perfect. Now let's add, like let's commit the code right now. So I'm gonna write git add and git commit -m, and we're gonna write the message called like functionality completed, like functionality it completes, like functionality completes. Okay, and we're gonna push the code as well, git push. Okay, so this is how we can word okay, before one thing we can do one more improvements. So instead of having just showing the item from that if item already exists, okay, we can also call this function like alert function. We just copy this command, again copy this command, and we have inside else section we can replace this command as well. Okay, now if we click on like view favorites, you can see that it's working as well. Okay, and there's one more thing which I just want to let you know, guys. That's one of the most important thing, that in the like component what we are doing here, we are also passing a one style called padding bottom as a 500, so it's becoming more flexible, scrollable on the bottom side, and that's most of the people prefer it. Okay, now in the next video what we are in this video we have worked on the like functionality. We have understand the async storage, how does async storage work. We have a set method, we have a get method, and we have another method as well which you can explore it up. And we have learned that how to use is focus hook, and what is the importance of it, that if whenever you use is focus hook, use is focus hook, so it will reload the app whenever the component get mount on the UI. Okay, so in the next video we have to work on download functionality. So we'll learn that how to work on the download functionality. In the last video we have worked on this like functionality, like whenever we click on any like button, it will add it to the like section. As you can see that we have already added some items in the favorite section. Now in this video what we are going to target, that we're gonna work on this download functionality. So whenever user click on download button, it will download the image to the gallery. Okay, so this is the functionality which we have to implement. So first of all what we have to do, so the flow gonna be look like this. Let me write the a file, like so you guys can understand what we're gonna do. Control P. Okay, my bad. So I'm gonna create one file to explain you guys what I'm gonna do. First, to download any file, we have to use one package called React Native Blob Util. Okay, so I'm gonna use that package to download any file. Okay, and before downloading any file, downloading any file, we have to ask permission for the storage. Okay, so which we gonna ask the permission, and we gonna create a one hook. Okay, and that hook we gonna use it on this image card as well as on this so wallpaper screen, so you don't have to write that code again and again. Okay, so we're gonna see like how to create custom hook as well. Okay, so let's see the first thing which we're gonna do, that we have to add a one permission in the Android manifest XML file. So we have to go inside Android app source, and I think main, and we have inside that Android manifest.xml. So again, let me open that. We have to go on the Android app source main, and we have called Android manifest.xml. Here we have to add one permission that is called write external storage. Okay, so let me write that code. So instead of having a, so write external, okay, external external storage. Okay, so make sure you add this permission to write external storage, or write something, write, to download any file in your app. Okay, after that you have to write one file, like you have to ask the permission from the user. Okay, to ask the permission from the user, what do you have to do? You have to create one file. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create one folder called utils. Okay, so let me explain you guys. Utils. Okay, inside that I'm gonna create one file called helper.js, and I'm gonna create a function called export const request write external storage permission. Okay, so this is gonna be async function. Okay, and here what we gonna supposed to do, basically here we ask the user to give the permission for the external storage. Okay, so let me write the code quickly. So first of all, what we're gonna do, we're gonna check that what is the platform version. Okay, so if the Android SDK is less than 33, so you don't have to ask a permission to write in your Android system. Okay, and so what you have to do, if if so I'm gonna use number, if a platform that version is less than 33, so then you have to just return true, so you don't have to do any other stuff. Okay, and after that we have to do like const guarant, and after that we have to ask permission if Android SDK is less or greater than 33, if it's greater than 30 or equal to 30. Okay, so ask permission. So what we have to do, we have to write const guaranteed is equal to await. We have to use permission. Okay, permission Android, for we have to import the permission Android from React Native. After that we have to just type dot, and we're gonna request. Okay, so write request. Okay, and inside this what we have to write, permission Android dot permissions dot. Okay, and we have to write external storage Okay, and after that what we're gonna do right here, like basically we are asking a permission for the to write the external storage. Okay, and the second parameter, what we're gonna do, after that we're gonna ask it, we have to show all the title and the description as well. So the title gonna be storage permission, and we're gonna have a message as well, which you see in the bottom below the title. And this app needs access to your storage to save wallpaper. Okay, so this is the prompt which we're gonna show that while asking permission to the user. Okay, so if if what happened, like let's suppose if user doesn't allow the permission, let's suppose if guaranteed value is coming as a permission Android dot results dot, if it's denied, the if the user doesn't allow the permission, then what we're gonna do, first of all we're gonna show alert dialog. So what I'm gonna do, alert dot alert. Okay, and we're gonna tell the user, man, please please provide the permission. So I'm going to show the suggestion like permission required. So this is the title which we're gonna show on the dialog, and after that the subtitle will be this app needs uh, needs 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 access to your storage to download wallpaper. Okay, so we're gonna show this title and the subtitle or sub description, whatever you can see. And after that we're gonna show these two buttons. The first button is gonna be type cancel. Okay, the first button will be like cancel, like the user can cancel that. Okay, and the second is called style, and that is gonna be cancel style, cancel. Okay, and after that we're gonna have a second button as well, and that button is gonna be text, and we're gonna uh, so that permission ask permission again. Okay, so this is the thing which we gonna do, like basically the first button is task will be like user can just cancel that if we are showing the dialog. And another thing is that we're gonna have a so another button that we're gonna ask that the user will click on ask permission again, so we're gonna again prompt this permission things as well. So what we're gonna do on press again, we are going to call this function request write external storage. Okay, so we just call this function again request write external storage permission. Perfect. And after that, let's suppose if user if guaranteed value is coming as a permission and write dot permissions dot neighbor ask again. It could be also like if user click on denied, you know if user denied the permission and it just cancel this, so what we gonna do, we gonna get the status as a neighbor ask again. So at that point of time we could not able to access the right external storage. Okay, but we are not able to access the storage. So what we have supposed to do, basically we're gonna tell the user, man, please allow the permission from your gallery. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna show that alert. Okay, again we're gonna show the title, the permission required. Okay, and the subtitle will gonna be please enable permission storage permission storage permission in your device setting to download the wallpaper. Okay, so this is the prompt which we are going to show that. And another, after that we're gonna have a two button as well. The first button gonna be type cancel, and the style is also gonna be cancel. Okay, and the second button which we gonna have, that is called name is open setting. Okay, and whenever user click on that, what we're gonna do, we're gonna open the setting from that button click, and we're gonna just call linking dot open linking dot. First of all, we have to import the linking, so let me do like this. linking We have to import it from the React Native, and after that we're gonna call that open setting. Okay, so it will open the setting like this. Perfect. And instead of having we can have a like comma. Okay, and if user just if just allow the permission, like if guaranteed state is equal to uh, permission and write dot permissions dot guaranteed. Okay, if the user allow the permission granted, then what we're gonna do, we're gonna console that permission write external write storage permission guaranteed. Okay, and we're gonna return as a true. Perfect. So basically what is, if I summarize this all this stuff what we had done right now, we inside the invite manifest.xml we added one permission called uh, uses permission and write name invite permission dot write external storage. After that, we created one folder called utils.js. Inside that, I created one function called request write external storage permission. Here, what we are doing first of all, we are checking that what is the SDK version. If SDK version is less than 33, what you have to do? You have to just return true. Okay, means he has already permission for the to write external storage, because less than invite 30 SDK 33, we don't have to ask permission to write some file in your Android device. Okay, and if it's greater or equal to 33, what we are supposed to do basically, first of all, we have to ask the permission. So this is how we ask permission invite dot request permission invite dot permissions dot write external storage, is we are asking for a write external storage. The title which we are showing that is storage permission, and the message showing this app needs access to your storage to save wallpaper. Okay, and after that, it could be like, happen that like the user just grant the permission, so we will went to this block and we are returning as a true. Okay, and it could be chances that user cancel that permission, user doesn't allow the permission, so we went to this block guaranteed is equal to permission invite dot result dot denied. So at that point of time, we are showing a alert that permission required, and this app needs to the needs storage access to download the wallpaper. And after that, we are showing two button type cancel, and this style is also cancel, and we have another things that is called text ask permission again. Okay, and after that, what we are supposed to do basically, we are, instead of having a type, we're gonna have a text. My bad. Yeah. Okay, and after that, we are like, if the user permission has now been asked again. So let's suppose if user click on first time for the permission, hey, it just denied that, it went into this block. Okay, and after that, it again, if user denied that permission, so it went to the neighbor ask again. At that point of time, what we are supposed to do, we are like, we are telling that, man, type text will be cancelled and the style will be cancelled as well. And what we are telling that, if again cancel that, so we are telling that we have to open, you have to open the setting and you have to allow the permission from there. Okay, so this is the code for the permission, and this is the best practice, and this is the code which I use in my production as well. So please make sure to write the storage permission to like this. Okay, now after that, what we had supposed to do basically, to download the file, we have to use one package that is called React Native Blob Util. Okay, just do search it, and you will went to this website. Okay, now after that, what you have to do, you have to install this file, to install this package. To install this package, what you have to do, you have to just copy this command. Okay, I just copy this, and let me stop my server, and we have to hit enter. Okay, so let's wait for some time to install this React Native Blob Util. Once it get installed, what we are supposed to do, we're gonna create one custom hook. Okay, and inside that, what we are gonna do, we're gonna write a custom hook which handle logic for downloading the file. So inside the source directory, we're gonna create one folder called hooks, and I'm gonna name is called use download. We're gonna create one hook, name is called use download file dot jsx. Okay, and meanwhile, let me start the server again. Okay, and inside that, what we are going to do basically, we're gonna first of all check the permission. First of all, we check the permission. Let me type again a. We're gonna check the permission that do we have do we have permission to write the file. Okay, if we have a permission to download the file, then we will move further. Then what we will do, then we will if we have a permission, then we will download the file. Okay, in the app directory, and after that, we have to copy to the media directory. So this is the thing which we are supposed to do. So let's do that quickly. So I am going to create my on custom hook. So then I'm gonna name is like use download file, It's gonna be a like just normal function, but it's gonna be async because we're gonna perform some async task, and after that async we're gonna have an arrow like this. Okay, so now we have to, first we have to, what we have to do, we have to see that how to download file using React Native blob util. So what you have to do, you just search React Native blob util npm, you have to open this file. Okay, and after that if you scroll down, so they have mentioned like Android 10 and 11 and new architecture, all the things. So if you just click on download file, after that you can see this is the code snippet. Now if you again scroll down here, now more scroll down. Okay, now more scroll down, so you can see that it use a specific file path. So we are going to use this method. So what you have to do, I have to just define a directory. So let me write a directory. Let directory is equal to react native blob util dot fs dot directory. React native blob util dot fs blob, no, not like that, we have to write like this. So I'm gonna just copy this code quickly, copy, and I'm gonna paste that like this, and I'm gonna remove this, and we have to import React Native blob util. Perfect. Now after that, once we get the define the directory, we have to do like this, React Native blob util dot config dot catch all the things. So what we have to do, first of all, I'm gonna write a folder path where I'm gonna download the file. Okay, so basically what is happening, we get the directory access, like we have all the access. Now here what we're gonna do, I'm gonna write a called const folder path where we are going to store the all the images. So I'm gonna write directories dot, okay, and I'm gonna download the file in the download directory. So if we just hit directory, you can see that we can store the file in DCM directory, document directory, download directory, movie directory, picture directory, SD card directory. But what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna download the file in the download directory. Okay, and after that, once you went to the download directory, I'm gonna create another my folder, name is a wallpapers. Okay, wallpapers, and yeah, we are good to go. Now what we have done, what we had done it, first we created one function called function or hook, you can tell that, but yeah, it's a function, use download file, and it's a async function, and inside that we are just getting the directory using like react native blob util dot fs dot directory, and after that we are creating one folder path inside the download directory. Okay, and after that we gonna create some state, like downloading state, downloading set downloading, and by default the use state value gonna be as a false. Okay, and we have also imported the use state. Okay, and after that we're gonna show the percentage as well, like how many percentage the file is, the image is downloaded. So set percentage. Okay, and I'm gonna name as a use state of 0. Perfect. After that, after the percentage value, we have to write another function that will basically do the download file logic. So I'm gonna write a function called const download file. It's again gonna be async. Here we get the URL and with the get the file name as well. Inside this function, we have to pass the URL in the file and the file name. Okay. First of all, what I'm gonna do, if we don't get the URL, we'll check that if we don't have URL, then we just return the function. We are not going to perform any other task. Okay, after that we will check that is permission is allowed or not, is allowed. Okay, so we're gonna do like await request write external storage permission. Okay, as you can see that we've already written a permission, like request write external storage permission. Okay, so here we are checking that all the permission we have or not. If we guarantee the permission, we are returning true, else we are returning nothing. Okay, so let's go back to our hook use node file. So we'll check that if it is false, if we don't have a permission, then what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna show the user at some alert dot alert, and here we're gonna show that permission required, and the subtext gonna be please grant permission, please grant storage permission to download files. Okay, so if if user doesn't has allowed the permission, So we are throwing this error like please. uh, Basically what is happening whenever user click on download file, we are again calling that function, and we are checking that if it allows is false, like user doesn't allow any permission. And so at that point of time we are telling that man, permission is required, please grant storage permission to download files or download wallpapers. We can make download wallpapers. Okay, and after that let's suppose and we can return this block of code. Okay, and after that if it has allowed the permission, so what we're gonna do right now, we're gonna create a one try catch block. Okay, and inside this we're gonna do like set downloading as a true, means our file is started downloading. Okay, and after that what we have to do, we have to write a logic that will download the file. So I'm gonna write a const response or const res, and I'm gonna use await. Okay, and react native blob util dot config. Okay, so how I'm writing this code, like download the file. If we went to this page, so here you can see that they have mentioned that how we can download the file react native blob.util. We have to define the path, and we have to define the fetch as a get, and we have to define the URL, and after that we will get the file get downloaded. Okay, now after that once we inside the config, what we have to write, we have to add a one object. Okay, like this, and we have to define a path. The path gonna be like this. The first path is like gonna be like this. The folder path, first of all, like we went to the folder path, and inside that I'm gonna create one file. Okay, so let's create the file. So we're gonna have a file name as well. Again after that I'm gonna add a .png. Okay, so what is happening, we are going into the wallpaper directory, and we are creating one file name. We are creating one file with this file name, and we are adding a .png extension. Okay, and after that we are adding one property called file cache true. Okay, so it will keep the cache as well. Okay, so next time it will download the file for quickly. And after that, once the file get downloaded, so I'm gonna add a one extension called png as well. Okay, now after that, let's suppose you want to show, like whenever user downloads the file, we want to show a notification on the top. So I'm gonna also add that. So we have called add android downloads property. Inside that we have to write notification as a true. Okay, now whenever we write a notification as true, we have to also add a title as well, like the title. So let's add a title that great download success. Once the downloads get success, we're gonna tell that great download success. Okay, and the description is gonna be, we're gonna add a description as well. Okay, so the description is gonna be an image file. Okay, and after that we're gonna add one property called media scannable. So our media scannable is true, so this download file be accessible from the any other places as well. Okay, now after that once we write the config part, after that what we have to do, we have to write the method. I'm gonna write the fetch. Okay, inside the fetch we have to write in a method. So I'm going to write the method as a get. Okay, and after that we have to write the URL, which URL you want to get. So I'm going to write the URL as well. Okay, after that once we fetch the file, we have to write dot progress method. Okay, inside the progress we will get the received value, RECEIBD, received, and the total value. Okay, it means that how many percentage has been downloaded, and how many percentage do have to like total percentage, and how many percentage has been downloaded. Okay, so after using this value, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna generate a progress percentage. Okay, and we're gonna have a math.flow method, and inside that what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna do received slash receive divided by total. Okay, total, and after that I'm gonna divide it by 100. Okay, so it will return, not divide, basically I'm gonna multiply it by 100, multiply by 100. Okay, so basically what is gonna happen, it will return the progress percentage. Once I get the progress percentage, I'm gonna set into the percentage state. Set percentage will be progress percentage. Okay, After that, once this is downloaded, this is downloaded the file, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna add a dot then method, dot then method. Inside that, uh, I'm gonna add a response, so we will get the response here. Okay, here we get the response dot path. Okay, we will get the response dot path like this. So this is the path where our file will get downloaded. Perfect. Now here what we have to do, basically here what we have to do, so in the Android 11, uh, I think Android 13, if you scroll down, the file will not be removed automatically. So there's one thing which I'm gonna let you know, guys, that whenever we download a file, that file is downloading uh, inside the inside the Android slash of your folder name and that directory. But I want it should be visible to the user directory, like in the user gallery. For that, what we have to do, we have to copy the media collection to the store. So for that, let's write the code as well. So I'm gonna write let result is equal to await react native blob util dot media collection. Okay, and inside that we have a method called copy to media store. Inside this, we have to again write an object, and inside that we have to write the name gonna be a file name. Okay, and after that, we have called parent folder. So like the parent folder is gonna be like that, like from here where you are copying the file. So I'm gonna write the parent folder like this, and the parent folder will be wallpapers. As we can see that we have defined a parent folder. This is the parent folder, I think. Yeah, where is that? Yeah, the file name, the folder path, if you check the folder path, this is the parent folder, so wallpapers. So I'm gonna add the wallpapers key. Okay, after that we have to define the meme type, like what is the file type. I'm gonna copy that, so we have to write meme type is equal to images image slash png. Okay, after that, after this object, we have to define a directory where we want to download the file. You want to put the file inside the image download. So I'm gonna copy this file inside the download download folder. And after that, we have to define the path as well. So I'm gonna write response dot path like this. Perfect. Okay, and after that, once we download this file, once we copy the file inside the media store, inside the download, we are gonna show the alert that we are gonna show the alert dot uh, alert. Okay, and we're gonna have a called wallpaper downloaded. Okay, and we're gonna have another subtext will as well. Your wallpaper has been has been downloaded successfully. Perfect. And after that, we're gonna show some action button as well. So we're gonna the first action button will be gonna like this. The first the type will be gonna be no the text gonna be dismiss, so user can just close that dialog. And we're gonna have a style as a cancel. Okay, so basically what is happening, whenever user click on dismiss button, it will close the this alert dialog. Okay, and it's after that, we're gonna make it cancelable as a true, so user can easily cancelable as a true, so user can cancel it as well. Okay, otherwise, after that, if you see that there's one error coming, like await expression are only allowed with the async function, so we have to add async as well here. Okay, now we have to reload this file. Okay, so let's summarize is what we had done right now. So first of all, we had created one hook called use download file. Here we are having a async function, and first of all, we are getting the directory from using the react native blob utils.fs.directory method. After that, we are going into the folder path using the directories.download directory plus wallpaper. So we are going to the download directory of your app, not in the inside your application, because React Native, because Android doesn't allow to the go to the users directory. It went to the app directory, and after that we are creating a folder called slash wallpapers. Okay, we get the folder path. After that, we are creating two state. The downloading state it's gonna be a true or false, and we're gonna have another state called percentage in state. So whatever the percentage of download is completed, we are going to show that. Okay, after that we created one function called download file, which takes two parameters. The first parameter is called URL and the second parameter is called file name. We check that if URL doesn't, if we don't provide the URL, just return this function. We are not going to move another line of code. After that we are checking that is allowed, you know. So we are checking that does we have a permission, does we have a external write storage permission or not. If we don't have a permission, so what we are telling that we are showing an alert that permission requires, please grant storage permission to download the wallpapers, and we are just returning this function, download file function. Okay, if we have all if we have a guaranteed, if we have permission, then what we are going there, we are doing set download file as a true. After that we are making react native block.util.config. Here we are defining the path, man, go inside this folder path, this file name and .png name, and file cache is true to make it faster downloadable in the next time, and we're gonna append the extension as a .png once the file get downloads. And this is the code for, you know, showing the downloads notification on the top. So whenever the file gets whenever the file download gets started, we're gonna show the notification, and we're gonna show the title as well. Okay, and we're gonna have a description and media scannable property, so the media can scan as well. Okay, after that we are defining the fetch, and we're gonna write the method get, and we are passing the image URL which we are getting from the parameter. Okay, and after that we inside the progress method we are getting the receipt, like how many percentage has been downloaded and how many percentage has been, like, you know, what is the total percentage. So we are finding the progress percentage using the math.float received divided by total and into 100, so it will return the percentage. After that we are, you know, reading the getting the response, and we are doing react native block util.media collection. Okay, dot to copy media storage. So we are happy, we downloaded the file inside like this, Android. Okay, wallpapers and downloads. Okay, so initially we download the file inside the downloads, but we want this file to be inside the download directly like this, downloads and your image. Okay, so for that we have to copy the file to the media storage. So what we are doing here, react native block util.media collection copy to media store. We are passing the name, we are defining the parent folder wallpapers, and what is the file type we are defining, and where we want to dump this file. So as we have written the download, so we are dumping the file inside the download directory. After that we have to pass the we have to pass the path, like where we have to dump this file. And after that, once that is done, we are telling that wallpaper downloaded, your wallpaper has been successfully downloaded. Okay, and it's cancelable as a true. Okay, and we can get rid of this. After that, after this dot then what we supposed to do, and if we get any error, we gonna console the error as well. So let me add a console of error as well. Okay, so we have to just console the error, and after that finally if you don't find any error, so I'm gonna make this set downloading as a false. Okay, and we are good to go, I think. Now after that you can see that this is the hook which we have created, but we are not exporting anything, right? So let's export that file as, like, export that all the things whatever we had created. So I'm gonna export that. The first thing gonna be downloading. Okay, so downloading state, and another thing is called percentage. Okay, and the third thing is called download file method. Okay, we are returning downloading, like boolean value, percentage and download file function. So these things are returning. Okay, now after that what we're gonna do, we're gonna export this const download file. So I'm gonna export const download use download file. Okay, now let's go to the save screen. So I'm going to the this show wallpaper screen, and first of all what I'm gonna do right now, I'm gonna call this hook, like using like this, use download file. And after that we will get this all the parameter. The first parameter is gonna be the first parameter or first option is downloading percentage and download file. So we have to destructure like this, download file. Okay, and the second parameter is called percentage, and the third parameter is called downloading. Okay, now what we are supposed to do whenever have to download a file, we have to call this function. Okay, so if you see that we are having a one uh, download option, download option, so we have to add a on press event here, on press, and I'm gonna call this function called handle handle download, and here we have to pass the item. Okay, now I'm gonna create one function called const handle download. Okay, and inside this what I have to do, I have to call this we are having item. Okay, and we have to do like this. uh Basically what we have to do, we have to call this function download file. Okay, the first thing which we have to pass, that is called, if you show that the first thing our download file required, download file function required, that is called let's check it out, url in the file name. So let's pass the url. So how we are getting the url, so let's go to the so wallpaper screen. I'm inside the so wallpaper screen. Okay, so wallpaper screen, and here we have to pass the url. So item dot. Okay, before that let's explore one more thing. So I've done some changes on the data. So currently we are I had also added the name key as well, because we are needing a name as well. So I'm also having a name as well, and we are passing the image. Okay, so we're gonna have a like this item dot image, and the second parameter is called be item dot name. Okay, item dot name. Perfect. And after that we will get the download file, and we will get the downloading. Okay, so it will check that downloading is going to be true or false. Okay, so what I'm gonna do right now, I'm gonna add a one, inside the image background, I'm gonna add a one one view. Okay, which gonna be just check that like this. Okay, let me add a one view, uh, and it will only render. Okay, before that let me add a one view. Inside that we're gonna have a activity indicator component, and the color is gonna be uh, basically white, and the size which I want, that is called large. So let's add the size as well, large. Okay, okay, now if you see that the size is large, but it's showing on the top. Okay, so we have to make this stylish content as well. So I'm gonna write like this, justify content center. Okay, so it went to the from top to the okay, that is already there, justify content center, and we have to add align items center. Okay, and let's check it out, nothing happens still. So what I'm gonna do right now, I'm gonna just remove this activity code, and after that I'm gonna write on the bottom section. Okay, so once I write that, and we're gonna have a flex as a one as well. So I'm gonna write flex as a one, and now let's check it out. So now it's come to the center of the screen. Okay, and I think the size is look well. We can have a more size as well, like if we write 50, so it's looking better. Okay, and after that we can have some style as well. So I'm gonna write like style sheet sorry, yeah, style sheet dot absolute fill object. So what is gonna do is gonna make this look like a some overlay property. So I'm gonna write like background color. Okay, and RGBA, and it's gonna be basically a 0 0 comma 0 comma 0. Okay, and comma 0 0.5. Okay, now if I click on this, now you can see that it's looking like some overlay property as well. We're gonna decrease it more if we want to make it 0.2. No, let's make it 0.5, looks well, I think. Okay, now as you can see that perfect looking. Now after that we're gonna add a one text as well. So I'm gonna add a text progress percentage. Okay, and I'm gonna render the progress percentage value. This is the value which we are getting here, percentage. Okay, so let me pass the percentage value, And if we check the use download file hook, so we are passing the percentage, right? And we're gonna write like this percentage. And if you click on open that, currently you can see that any color, we are not able to see any color, so I'm gonna style this as well. So color gonna be white. Okay, and now let's check. So you can see that this looking well, and the fonts is also looking well, so we don't have to do any changes. So now I have to just show this view only when the downloading is true. So let me make it conditionally. If downloading is true, then only we have to render that activity indicator code, else I'm gonna not render anything else. Perfect. Now let's click on this. Now if you click on download file, you can see that download file is not a function, it is undefined. Okay, so the mistake which I was doing right now, is like, the place of use download file hook, I am having async keyword, which is not good. We have to make it normal function. And if I reload this now, and we can see that download file console, you know download file is not undefined. Now you can see that vh function. Now if we click on download, you can see that progress percentage 1780 and our wallpaper is downloaded successfully, and we also get the notification as well. Perfect. So this is how we work with the download functionality. Let's suppose I want to download this image as well, so we have to click on download. Okay, the progress percentage is started and dismiss, and let's check it out on the photos. So I have to open my photos. Okay, and now you can see that, uh, let me click on update now, close this. You can see that the wallpaper is downloaded successfully, and we have currently only 3 items. Let me add one more uh, wallpaper right now. So I'm gonna download this. Okay, so it started downloading 20%. Whatever downloads, your wallpaper has been downloaded successfully. And if I see that, we're gonna get this wallpaper as well. Perfect. And after that, you can see that get download success, download complete. Okay, now after that, what we have to do, we have to also add this download functionality on this image card here also. So what we have to do, let's go to the image card. So I'm going to close all these components. So if you see on the home screen, we are rendering this image card component. Let's go to the image card component. Here we have to add a download functionality. So what we have to do, again, we have to import that use download file hook like this. Okay, and the first parameter which we are getting called download file, the second parameter is called downloading, and the third parameter is called percentage. Okay, now inside that, we're gonna create one function called handle download file. Const handle download file. It's gonna be async, and we get the item as well. And after that, we're gonna call this function download file, and make sure you use await as well if you want to perform some task. And the first parameter which we have to pass, that is called item.image, item dot item dot basically item dot name. Okay, we have to pass the url as well as item dot name. And I'm gonna add this function on this hot icon. So let's add on press event on press. Okay, and we're gonna call this function handle download file, and we have to pass the item as well. Okay, now whenever we use a click on handle download file, it will call this function download file, and we're gonna item dot, we are passing the url and the name. Perfect. Now whenever we download a file, we have to also show a loader on this screen as well. So how we can show that loader, basically, so to show that loader, we have to use the downloading state, and we have to use the percentage. So what I'm gonna do right now, basically we have already created this on the show wallpaper screen, so I'm gonna again copy this whole code. Okay, and let me copy this, and I'm gonna go to the image card, and inside the image card, we are having a image. I'm gonna write, I'm gonna just paste this code here. Okay, and currently let me make it true by default, and justify content center. And after that, I have to import the activity indicator from the React native. Okay, and now you can see that it's looking like this progress percentage, and we are showing our loader as well. So I'm gonna make the size to the large, instead of having a 50, and now it's looking well. And we're gonna only show that loader if it's downloading is it download file is a true. Okay, now let me reload it, and I think still it's okay. Basically, we have to add it only if downloading is true. My bad. Okay, now after that, if I click on download, you can see that the progress percent is 2040 and that gets downloaded. Again, if I click on this, started downloading. Again, it's working. Perfect. So this is how we have to add a download file of functionality. So if we summarize this all the stuff what we had done in this video. So first of all, we went to the Android app build, Android app source main Android manifest.xml. We had added this permission. Okay. After that, we created one folder called utils. Inside that, we had created one file called helper.js. Inside that, we created one function called write request write XML storage permission. If our SDK version is less than 33, we don't want any permission. We don't have to ask permission to write a file on XML storage, because in the less than 33 we don't have to do anything. If it's greater than 33 or equal to 33, so we are requesting a permission to write XML storage. If user denied the permission, so we are telling that permission request it happens to your accept permission, and we're gonna show two buttons, like user can cancel that, and we're gonna have a second person called ask permission again, where user click on that, and again he have to choose that guaranteed and not guaranteed. Okay, and after that, if it's cancel that cancel that permission, so with the permission state become never ask again. So if it's become never ask again, so we are telling that man please enable the permission from the device setting. So whenever we are showing you but so two button, cancel and the open setting. So whenever user click on open setting, we are opening the setting, and from there user can allow the uh, write XML file method. Okay, and if it's guaranteed, then we are just returning true, and in another state it's returning undefined or returning as a false. Okay, after that we had created one folder called hooks, and inside that we have created one hooks called use download file, and inside that what we had done is we have created one function called export const use download file. Here we are getting the directory using the react native blob util.fs directory. After that, we created one folder path using the directory.download directory plus wallpapers. We are having a downloading state and percentage state. Okay, now after that we are created one function called const download file, and we are checking that if we don't get the URL, then we just return the function. After that, we are checking the permission, like does we have permission to write or not. If we have permission, if we don't have a permission, then we are telling that permission is required, please grant storage permission, and we are returning this function. Okay, now after that we are setting the downloading is true, and we are like the react native blob util.config. We are passing the path, like on this directory you have to download the file, and file as a true append extension and add download manager to add the notification. Okay, and we are having a fetch method. Okay, and which download the file, and we are getting the receipt and total, which we are using to show the percentage. After that, once we get the file, so the file is downloaded inside like this Android wallpaper app, you have what your app name, and inside that download directory. Okay, but what we want that image or that file can be accessible from the user, and we want that it's downloaded to directly download directory of the user. For that, we had created one we have to copy the file to the media collection, media store. So we have to pass this name and the parent folder, and we have to type the name, and here we can define the folder, like which folder you want to copy that file. After that, we are telling that wallpaper downloaded, and once that, finally we are telling the set download is a false. Okay, now inside the image card, what we had done, we have to just call this hook name as a use download file. We are getting download file, downloading, and percentage. So whenever user click on download file, we have to pass the URL and the item.name. After that, we are checking that if downloading is true, then we are trying to show a one loader on the top of image. Okay, as you can see that we are showing the percentage as well. Perfect. So now let's add this git add git commit, git add git commit, and git commit commit minus add downloaded functionality completed. Okay, And there's one more thing which I just want to note, that guys, inside the data image.json we have also added the name keyword as well. Okay, so yeah, that's all in this video, guys. In the last video we work on the download functionality. In this video we are going to work on share image functionality. As you can see that on our app, we have one icon that is for the share icon. So if we click on an image, so we have icon for the share this image. So we are going to work on this. Okay, so let's start to share image in React Native. So there's one package called React Native, React Native share, which we have to install it. So you have to just open this React Native share, and after that what you have to do, you have to just copy this command. Okay, so let me copy this command. After that I have to go inside the emulator. I have to stop my server and install this package. Okay, so it will install the React Native share package, and if you scroll down, so you can see that we can pass the option and share.open. We have to import the share from the React Native share, and we have to pass the options. Okay, so you can see that we can pass the image, social, all the things whatever you want to pass. Okay, and they have mentioned the documentation as well, so you can go and take a look on that. Okay, okay, so this is a thing which you can take a look, but we are going to implement this share image functionality. So I'm gonna start my server again, and after that I'm gonna paste type A to start the server again. Okay, yeah, now let's go to the server wallpaper screen. So as you can see that I'm just inside the server wallpaper screen. This is the screen, and where here we have one icon called share. So I'm gonna add one press event here, and I'm gonna call this function handle share image, handle share image, and we have to call this function. So let's create this function quickly, and I'm gonna create this function called const handle share image. And after that we have to write the logic to share the image. Okay, so first of all we have to import the share from the React Native share, and there is one documentation, there is one article which I am going to prefer it. So I have to first import the share from the React Native share. So I'm going to import it thoroughly. Okay, now after that what we have to do, we have to use React Native blob util.fetch method like this. So let's write this as well, and as we have already installed the React Native blob util, so we don't have to do any setup. So I'm going to use try catch, and after that React Native blob util dot fetch. Okay, as you can see the dot fetch, and where we have to pass the get method. Okay, so I'm gonna write get. After that they have mentioned that you have to pass the URL. Okay, so I'm gonna pass the URL item dot image is our URL. Okay, and after that they have mentioned that dot then you have to write dot then. Okay, inside the dot then I'm gonna get the response like this. Okay, and once you get the response, what you have to do, you have to check the get the status like this. So I'm gonna get the status like this. Okay, so I get the status response.info.status, and I will check that if status is 200. Okay, then we have to perform this task. Okay, means image is loaded, like image is perfectly loaded. So what we are doing, if status is 200, then we are getting converting that response into the base 64. We get the base 64. After that we are creating one option is data.image jpg base 64 is string. Okay, and after that we are opening a share.open, as we are passing these options, and after that dot then we are getting the result, and if you're getting dot any error, so we are just consoling the error. Okay, now let's reload this, and I'm gonna open this app, and if I click on share, nothing is happening. Okay, now it's working. Okay, my bad, it's opening 2-3 times. So let me click on again share. Okay, so it's gonna a time consuming thing, so it's gonna took some time. After that, let's suppose I want to share a WhatsApp on this myself as well. As you can see that I can able to share this image. Perfect. So this is how we can share the image. And if you guys facing any issue along with this course, so you can join this our WhatsApp group. Here we can ask question whatever issue are you facing. So you can just open your WhatsApp camera and scan this and to join this group. Okay. And yeah, I will provide this notion link in the URL in the description box, so you can check it out. And along with that, I will also launch a full stack React Native course. So if you guys are interested, so what you have to do, you have to just type on the group like, hey, I'm interested for the live course by scanning this, uh, by joining this group. You have to just message us. And in the next video, what we gonna do, basically we are going to create a backend setup. So basically it's gonna be a mon project, so we will do the backend setup. Once that is done, we will work on the admin panel setup, and after that we will integrate all the APIs. Okay. So there's all the things are remaining which we are done, but yeah, in this video we had completed this all this stuff. So if you guys facing any issue, you can join our group, and please let me know. I will also provide this notion link in the description box, so you can check it out and follow up. And yeah, thanks.